us here in Okokuyo, and we're just awaiting the approach of some zebra and the European bee-eaters that are calling about at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover and one or two springboks still about, but an awesome chorus to kickstart our escape today. Nice to start with the European bee-eaters. Great to hear them. No doubt we are in for a rather busy day. It looks like one or two wildebeest as well. It's in the distance there, and I'm sure lots for us to engage with. Of course, this is also a live and interactive experience, and if you are watching on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see today, talk about, or perhaps any other things that you may find interesting that we do pick up. Always cool to touch further on those. Of course, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. And make sure you don't miss out on any of the other moments. Quite a bit going on. Nice to sit back and enjoy the European bee-eaters for now. Nice to hear them being so vocal. So if you have just joined us, just so that you are aware, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we do rely on our subscribers and donations to keep connecting both young and old with nature through live safaris. And it is your donations that help us to continue to go live for those who can't afford it, and also bring back some of those great projects like Wild Earth for Kids. And by donating, you're making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. This week, it is our mission and aim to raise around $3,000. And if you are in the position to donate, please head over to the website wildearth.tv/donate and click on that donate button. The zebra have come down, and we're still listening to those bee-eaters. Looks like a gemsbok as well, just here on the right-hand side. So a fair amount going on. Let's just see if we can't get everyone in frame. There's the gemsbok as well. Morning, Sam. Thanks very much, and thanks again for tuning in. No doubt a busy escape to nature today. Of course, we've already seen 3 separate mammal species here, and we are listening to that awesome chorus of the European bee-eaters. The springbok, 1 gemsbok, and a little harem of zebra about at the moment. It did look like 1 or 2 wildebeest in the distance, so just going to wait and see who else comes through to join us. But it does look like a rather busy day. So a couple of doves also joining in this morning European bee-eater chorus. Just going to try and see if we can't pick up on more. There is a wildebeest that's there just on the left-hand side. But a very cool little ambience that is where we've started today. Awesome to hear these European bee-eaters like this. Clearly a number of them about. And I'm sure we'll have a number of the other regulars around too. There is one of the sandgrass, the Makwa sandgrass as well. Lots of them about too. Hi Adam, thanks very much for your question, and I would think that within the next month, so probably in around 4 to 5 weeks, so midway through April towards the end of May, was the last we will see of the European bee-eaters. You can see some of them actually flitting about. Awesome kind of flight pattern that they do have. But yes, I would think that probably within the next month to the end of May, that is when the European bee-eaters will start their migration back to the northern hemisphere. So not too much longer that we do have to enjoy them, but different things obviously to come, different seasons, so no complaints about that. Always cool having our bee eaters around. So lots going on. Two of my more favorite bird choruses here at Okukuya, the European bee eater, and there's Namakwa sandgrouse as well. So a lovely way to kickstart and just enjoy sounds of the bush. And these two calls being one of the more enjoyable, two of the more enjoyable. So lots going on in the bird world at the moment. Nice to sit back and enjoy them. A little bit of cloud cover. Perhaps that'll burn off. That wildebeest getting rather close as well. So a fair amount going on. An awesome way just to kick back, and just take it all in. Also one of those red-billed spurfowl too. A rather more raucous call though than the European bee eaters and the Namakwa sandgrouse. But you'll even be able to see them kind of hawking any insect, perhaps even getting a drink, these bee eaters. Of course, a very distinctive flight pattern that they do have, almost looking like spitfires. But what is actually going across the water surface right now is in fact those European bee eaters. Hi Roland, thanks very much for your question. And I have twice, and it was kind of towards the end of last year, around October, November or so, when I last saw them here. Not to say that they couldn't come through anyway, but definitely more of a rarer species to find here, at the least at the moment. I suppose more, not necessarily rare, but definitely a highlight when they do come through. It's not something we see every day, so quite uncommon. And really quite awesome watching these bee eaters dive into the water like this. But yeah, Eland's been a couple of months. It'd be nice to see them again, of course. But quite uncommon in terms of all the different mammals that we do see quite regularly. Sounds like there's also some helmeted guinea fowl about too. So I touched on it being a little bit overcast, and I think it is time for us to have a look and see what the weather is doing across all the different locations today. So it seems this cloud cover will probably burn off and it will be a rather warm day. Helmeted guinea fowls slowly making their way down. You'll be able to see them on the other side of the waterhole. Those little dots scooting about like that, there are the guinea fowl. The European bee-eater is still drinking away. And I thought I just heard an emerald spotted wood dove as well. But a fair amount going on and definitely a birding morning. So a rather decent flock of guinea fowl on the other side there. Bush chickens scooting about like they do. They are rather quick on their feet. And clearly quite thirsty this morning as well, but rather calm. It doesn't look like there's much wind about either. The surface of the waterhole being pretty glassy. It will probably change throughout the course of the day, I'm sure, when numbers of other mammals pick up. We've got some wildebeest on the way down now, and still this gemsbok that's hanging about.
Dis donc, y a rien du tout, ouais. Y a 2 gnous, y a rien.
Ah non, il y a le gros là.
Bah oui, mais bon. Et y a même des pintades. Ah non, mais alors là, c'est pire que tout. Ah, y a une girafe là-bas aussi. Ça vaut même pas le coup de sortir l'appareil photo.
Les 3 animaux. Bon, on n'est pas venu pour rien, donc on va en prendre une quand même.
So still quite a bit going on. Guinea fowl also hanging about. The wildebeest not disturbing them. European bee-eaters still in their droves. Nice to be able to pick up on our sandgrass. There's one zebra moving about in the distance as well, perhaps coming through. And of course, there are tourists that is also here in Okakuya. So a really awesome start to our escape today. It is time for us also to check in with Nick, say good morning to him, and see what's going on in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. And I'm so glad that you could join us here today. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And we have started the morning here down in the clearings close to Scotia Dam with a lovely group of blesbok and a big herd of buffaloes. And just keep in mind this is a live and interactive safari, so if you've got any questions, any comments, please do send them in. The more the merrier. I'd love to know what you'd love to see today. If you've got any interesting types of questions. And we are on a little bit of a mission at the moment to try and connect as many people as possible to nature and these incredible natural scenes that we've got here. So thank you to everybody who has donated and everyone who will hopefully still continue to donate. It really is appreciated. And so nice that we can bring you such a wide variety of locations and habitats. You think of the difference of what you've just seen in Okukuyo with Alex, and you know, the type of dry landscape there compared to obviously very different landscape here. You know, a lot of succulent species, a lot more greenery in the area here. But we did start the morning off with very cool temperatures. Yeah, this morning was actually very chilly. I usually run hot, but I tell you what, this morning it had me actually wearing 2 jackets. I've just managed to peel my first layer off. So I'm sure that as the day does continue to progress, we should see this herd of buffalo really starting to come down towards some of these wallows close to Scotia Dam. They have been resting for most of the morning. They've only just gotten up and have started to move in the last sort of half an hour or so. So my plan for the first start of Escape to Nature here is to kind of stick close to these mud wallows. Just have a look and see if these buffalo don't come down here. There have been 1 or 2 warthogs moving throughout these clearings this morning as well. So hopefully the warthogs will make an appearance. Scotia Dam has actually been a little bit quiet so far this morning. I think it's probably got to do with the cooler temperatures that we have had. And I'm pretty sure that as the temperatures do continue to rise, it's going to force a lot of our species to come down to the water. Look at that. How's that for a bit of scenery? Not often that an animal as big as a buffalo, you know, almost close to a ton, is just dwarfed. Jack, 100%. We're going to provide the goods for you today. We're going to make it happen. I've written the script. Not too sure if I'm fluent in buffalo quite yet, but we'll have a look and see. But now I'm sure whatever happens, we will have a fantastic day across our different locations that we will be bringing to you live. And there really is a nice sort of scene of abundance to start our Escape to Nature off here at Kariega. We've got Blesbok in the foreground. We've actually got 1 or 2 impalas between the Blesbok, and then obviously our buffaloes that we can see. If you look carefully at the middle of the frame and those orangey soil colors on the left hand side of the frame, you can actually see we've got some ostrich making their way to the left hand side, so out of the frame. And then our beautiful Albany thicket biome at the top of the frame there. So really a nice little bit of this, little bit of that. In terms of the position of where these buffalo slept overnight, they slept more on the eastern, sort of southeastern side of the clearing. Remember, if you were with us yesterday during our Escape to Nature, I did see them on the far southern ridgeline, south of Scotia Dam. So they've obviously made their way down from there into the valley here, and I'm sure they're going to oscillate towards the dam itself soon enough. Here comes a shelduck flying to the left, or flying from the left to the right. Just a quick little view. So if you did get a little glimpse there, you would have seen that that shelduck had a white head. So remember, our females have the white head, and the males have got more of that greyish coloured head. But we'll have a look and see. I'm sure if this herd of buffalo does continue to make their way to the dam, there's a good chance we might see that shelduck as well. So a very nice peaceful way to start off our Escape to Nature today, here in the Eastern Cape. Don't know if you can hear the Cape turtle doves calling in the back. It's a very soothing type of call. It's actually a call that I associate with the Drakensberg mountain range. So obviously it's a pretty widespread type of bird in terms of distribution. But I think for me, the reason I associate it with the Drakensberg is it's one of the first areas where I kind of put two and two together, that this bird that's calling is the Cape turtle dove. You know, always had an interest in birds, and probably around the age of about 10 years or so I started breeding birds, you know, big walk-in aviaries and, you know, zebra finches, Gouldian finches, canaries, manakins, all those types of things. So probably from around that age I started to learn a little bit about this and that about the birds. Right, you might have heard my zip there. That is me taking my second jacket off for the morning. Things are definitely starting to heat up a little bit here. Oh, look at that. Few impala, blesbok, buffalo. So our buffalo are definitely starting to arc around a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see how quick, because I mean, this morning, like I said, I wrapped up in 2 layers of jackets, and in the last sort of half an hour or so, the temperatures really started to increase. Looking at a lot of the grasses that are surrounding me, there still is a little bit of dew that's on the grass. But I'm pretty sure in the next hour or so that rising temperature is going to dry up, going to cause all of that to evaporate. You can see our blesbok very happy to still soak up a lot of that morning sun, a lot of that warmth. But I think for now, let's take you across to Madikwe with Cedric to say good morning.
So much, Nick. Yes, we are just sitting at, once again, one of the little dams here in Madikwe. As you can see, we've got some beautiful zebra. That's pretty much also soaking up the sun for the morning here in the northwestern side of South Africa. And I'm hoping it's going to be a beautiful morning. It's a little bit breezy and windy around this side, but not too many clouds around. So I think it is going to be definitely a warm one. So always good to do a dam, especially if you know that the day is going to heat up. You never know what's going to come down here. But anyway, good morning everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Igor. So thanks for joining us on Escape to Nature. And well, we did have a martial eagle here. Looks like a juvenile a little bit earlier, but he has taken off and he's flown away. So I'm hoping that he will come back. There is a few of the guinea fowl that's sitting just behind the vehicle, and we're going crazy because pretty much a guinea fowl is one of a martial eagle's main prey. But looks like it's taken off, and the guinea fowl have relaxed a little bit. But yes, we've also got some beautiful wildebeest, a blue wildebeest that's also going to be hanging around this dam area. I think we are going to stick around here for a little bit because we did have an update of wild dogs that were in this area, but the guys have lost them. So I'm just hoping that they do make their way maybe to this dam during the morning. Maybe we are lucky to see those dogs pop out here for us. Or even some elephants. That's once again very nice. Well, we're not at Clow Dam. Clow Dam will definitely say hands down there will be elephants, but you never know. Maybe at Kolobeng Dam on the northern side of Madikwe Game Reserve we might get something. Well, we've got some warthogs as well, at least coming down for some water. Good morning. Looks like a nice male. Good morning, Ingrid. Thank you so much. I'm also hoping for some amazing sightings around here at Madikwe. Well, there's always amazing sightings this side, so I'm sure we will get something fantastic. Well, it's really nice seeing these wildebeest and a couple of calves coming down with a female coming for a morning drink here at the dam itself. Just taking this opportunity for now. Well, it looks like as well the eagle was just pointed out. It's just right next to the vehicle. I'm going to see if we can get it into frame. But we've got a beautiful Nile monitor. Oh, there's it. Oh, yeah, there's that eagle again. Now we can get. No, what is that? It's definitely quite a large. Sorry, I thought it might have been a juvenile marshal earlier, but now it just doesn't look so. Now I'm confused. Please, if you know exactly what eagle this is. Okay, now I'm very confused. That's not a marshal. Sorry, I thought it might have been a juvenile marshal earlier. I'm going to quickly try and take a look at this. Wow. I don't even know this now. Almost like maybe almost it was as well. It was a African hawk eagle, but it looks a little bit too big for an African hawk eagle. It could be maybe like a juvenile. But juvenile African hawk eagles, they're more brown than actually having that black. But definitely a true eagle. You can see the feathers coming down the legs, all the way down towards its talons. So, a true eagle. It looks like it's got that helmet on top. Maybe it's like an African hawk eagle, pretty much losing its, of course, downing, almost like the downing feathers, and getting actually the adult plumage coming through now. So maybe it's like just in that transition stage from a juvenile to an adult. That's my biggest guess at the moment. Maybe we can get a little bit more info on this one. Because I mean, an African hawk eagle is around about 2 kgs heavy, so, and they do pretty much prey on guinea fowl, definitely guinea fowl, and as well as other little rodents, mongoose, squirrels. I don't know. You can see a couple of the blacksmith lapwings. Yeah, I also agree, Alex. Same thing, like as I say, I think it's between the juvenile and an adult now. As you can see, the adult plumage coming through. What's giving it away here is that black cap on top of the head. Like an African hawk eagle's got that typical black cap on top of that head. And to me, it definitely looks like that's coming through. Very nice. Well, that's my first African hawk eagle here in Madikwe, so that is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Definitely, that's why the birds are all going crazy as well, because yeah, they are top predators. It's actually one of my favorite eagles. Get to see them quite often there at Djuma. Well, not often, but we get to see them at Djuma, and they're amazing hunters. So they'll actually, if it's a pair, they're monogamous, but this one's still a juvenile, so it doesn't have a partner as of yet. But if it's got a partner and they do hunt, they hunt together. So you'll find that the male actually will go and distract the birds or the prey species, and while the prey species is busy watching the male, the female will come from behind, and then she'll snatch up whatever they are busy hunting. So yeah, that's just like amazing hunters. That's why I say they're actually one of the top hunters, and they're usually always in pairs. So if you always see the adults, you always if you see the male, you'll know the female's around. If you see the female, you'll know that the male is somewhere around. Compared to others like your martial eagle, your crowned eagle, your tawny eagles, you don't really see them really sitting in pairs. But with your African hawk eagles, many times you do see them sitting in pairs. But yeah, beautiful. So once that brown disappears, you'll see it's going to get those beautiful black lines coming on a white chest. And you'll see beautiful like little black stripes coming through. Very nice. Yeah, no, I think definitely an African hawk eagle. And you can pester so many kind of birds around here, so a lot of things, they'll keep their eyes pretty much peeled for this bird, because as soon as they kind of, how can I say, not lose interest, but as soon as they don't take notice of this eagle, then all of a sudden you'll find that this African hawk eagle take that opportunity to try and swoop down and grab something that's unaware of its presence. Sorry Max, my earpiece fell out there. Go again. Oh, Solly, how many eagles? Species, well, when it comes to eagles, okay, so the African hawk eagle, I've seen the tawny eagle,
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at Wild Earth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
Well, back again in Okukuyo, and we have a fantastic Angolan giraffe coming down to join us. There's a springbok as well. You can still hear some of the audio of those Makwa sandgrouse. That was them just flying off to the right hand side. There you go. And quite a cool little silhouette with the giraffe. Not the oldest of giraffe. Perhaps a cow. For those of you who have just joined us, we will be back again with Cedric once we have stabilized. Unfortunately, did just lose him there. But at the moment, just enjoying our giraffe. As I said, it looks like a cow to me. And quite a cool silhouette. It's awesome watching them move on the other side of the waterhole. Kind of giving that second perspective. So I'm hoping that this giraffe's going to indulge us and have a good drink now. It does look like it's rather quiet. A couple of springbok that are also coming down. I don't think that will disturb the giraffe or put it at any disease. We should get the privilege to watching it drink. Hi Martin, yes, it is always special. Nice to be able to kind of get an inverted view with that silhouette. Of course, when it is calm like this, it is rather relaxing. That mirror effect, definitely a highlight. It's not something we do get to just enjoy. Of course, when it does get busier, so the water then does also get choppy and we do lose it too. So a nice little moment. Good numbers of springbok with us at the moment. It seems that the European bee eaters have moved off for the moment. blacksmith lapwings also here and there. And as I talked about, the European B8 is moving off, and is them in chorus at the moment. So nice to just pick up and sit with them. Looks like this giraffe, I mean, not going to hang about, maybe too much bird action. Nice gemsbok that's here now as well. No doubt we'll see the gemsbok and the springbok wading into the water at some point throughout the course of this morning into early afternoon. Pleasant scenes, rather relaxing, and awesome view to take in. You'll also be able to make out the spur file as well. Nice little sound, nice little springbok lamb that's here as well. And quite cool with it being a little bit overcast at the moment. No doubt keeping temperatures down for now. Although I think a rather warm afternoon in store. And then in fact are sandgrouse that are really doing the most. And it looks like the giraffe has plucked up the courage to come through and actually drink now. I'm sure we will get an awesome little scene to enjoy now. I see, Paul. So in fact this is the Angolan giraffe. Both are part of the southern race of giraffes. So we would get the southern or the Cape giraffe that we find here in South Africa itself. Of course, into Botswana and into Zambia, into Zimbabwe and into Mozambique. And there is a bit of an area where these two kind of do overlap. It's a little bit east of us, towards the Okavango, that area, Caprivi Strip. Of course, this giraffe being found in the far more arid areas of Namibia into southern Angola. Hence its name, the Angolan giraffe. In fact, it has kind of largest home range out of the giraffe species as well. Obviously having to cover large distances, swathes of area, due to how arid it is, and of course the numerous adaptations that they will then have to have taken on board for that. But very cool, and one of the subspecies of giraffe, the Angolan. So kind of the second race of the southern giraffe. So, we've spoken about 2 of the subspecies, and in fact you get 6, the others being the Nubian, the Kordofan, the West African, and Thornycroft's as well. Also, within the Thornycroft's different races, you get the reticulated as well as the Maasai giraffes as well.
Calling all Wild Earth explorers, we have a brand new prize for you to win. The lucky winner will jet off to the magnificent Amakhala for an incredible 3-night stay for two at the Hlosi Game Lodge. Unwind surrounded by the natural music of the wild and enjoy daily safaris from an open vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer and you could be heading off to this unforgettable safari destination.
So just sitting here waiting on our giraffe and the zebra to come through and join them. Them being the rest of the springbok as well. So let us wait and see what does happen. I think the giraffe perhaps going to move off. Not going to enjoy being bugged by the zebra, but we'll just wait and see. So, still waiting on our giraffe to kind of get with the program here, but it is time for us to check in again with Cedric and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Thanks so much, Alex. Looks like we've got a beautiful monitor that is just here on the side, on the bank of the water. And that's, of course, the Nile monitor, or water monitor. And a biggish one, not huge, maybe about, so say, what do you think? I'm trying to take a look here from where I am. Yeah. About just under a meter. Yeah, just under a meter, large and beautiful. Look at those colorations and the patterns all on its body, and that beautiful yellow that comes out, really pops out around the side. But yeah, the Nile monitor is stunning, and they can get quite big. They're one of the largest monitor species that you can get. Nile monitor can get up to about just over 2 meters. So that is quite large. I would love to see a 2-meter monitor. That would be something very, very impressive. But yeah, as you can see, just sitting on the side, just trying to heat up, of course. As they are ectothermic, they are cold-blooded, so they kind of just gather as much heat from the sun as possible to warm up their bodies, warm up their blood. And as soon as it's nice and warm, they can become more mobile and more agile. And then I'll go in the water and go and search for some food. But I think for now it's just trying to gather up as much heat. Oh, a bit of a yawn. Oh, yes, there it is. Hello. Good morning to you too. And can you see using that tongue organ of Jacobson's. What it does is when it flicks out the tongue, it picks up all the particles in the air, and when it brings the tongue back, it actually slides it over that organ under its palate, and it gives him all the information on what's happening around here. There's some food. Is there another mate? Is there another monitor here? Gives him all that information. Of course, coming to the prey species, you'll find a lot of times a lot of birds hate them as well, because especially the birds are ground nesting birds, like your thickneys, like your lapwings, even like that flamingo we saw yesterday. Apparently their eggs get raided quite often by the monitor lizards. So what they'll do, they'll just walk around on the edges and look for any little nesting sites, and then of course grab those eggs and eat them. As well as fish, frogs, and they're very strong swimmers. So they'll try and sometimes actually herd the fish into a corner. Nason, they've got a very muscular tail. You'll see the tail on the monitor is very thick, very muscular, and it's of course using it. They actually use it as a whip. So you can just take a look at the tail. Can you see the tail there? Okay, look at that tail. You can see it's such a long, thick, muscular tail. So they use that as protection. So if I try to catch a rock monitor once or twice, and every time you want to try and catch it, they actually flick that tail out at you like a whip, and it's quite sore. It's like a leather band, and it can really do a lot of damage. Plus they've got also huge claws, so very, very long claws as well. So those claws can also do quite a bit of damage. But definitely, like this Nile monitor, if it has to really seek refuge from a bird of prey, for instance, maybe a martial eagle, because martial eagles love preying on monitors. And if it does come swooping down here, this monitor will quickly rush into the water as like a safety net. See, he's starting to think maybe he wants to move. I don't think he's still enjoying the sun, basking so nice in the sun. So you'll find the rock monitor hasn't got as much yellow on the underpart as the Nile monitor. Plus you'll find the Nile monitor's nostrils is situated more pretty much on top of the snout, on top of the head, between the eyes and the nose. Between the eyes and the mouth, and situated right on top. And why so? It's because it's pretty much adapted for water, so it's easier to breathe while keeping its head above the water. Oh, another big old yawn. Maybe it wants to get moving. Yeah, looks like he's in the mood to start moving around. Nice and warm now. Don't come to the vehicle, because it's pretty much close to the vehicle, so hopefully it doesn't come this way. Look at those claws now. You can see those claws on those feet. It's absolutely long. And why so as well, it's digging. So digging for things like sand frogs and that in the ground. So, scratch. There you go. Isn't that pretty? Absolutely stunning. And the tongue is so long. You'll see when they flicks their tongue out, it is so long. Grabbing all that scent that's floating in the air. Oh, scratching that side now. He's enjoying this rock. Who says Nile monitors don't get itches, eh? And just like a crocodile, just that typical walk, of course moving that front right and back left at the same, practically same time, and then vice versa. And having like almost that swagger in its walk. Yeah, such a pretty one, this. Yo, just those little white speckles on the tail, like it goes a little bit like kind of that goldish color, yellow gold color. And it's got a lot of little black rings around it, and it's actually such a stunning. I'll monitor this. Actually, really getting to take a look closely at the skin itself, and very tough. Its skin is very tough. Tom, no, they're not venomous at all. Venomous, it's like your snakes and your scorpions. Anything that kind of has venom glands, and like kind of, with its fangs kind of poke you, and then it kind of inject the venom in you. So they don't inject anything into you. They've got a lot of bacteria in the mouth and razor sharp teeth. So of course, just to hold on to its prey, and of course that bacteria just to break down whatever it's eating. And so if it bites you, you do need to kind of make sure that you clean that wound, because with all that bacteria, definitely you'll get it'll become septic, that wound, very quickly. But they don't have any venom, no venom glands, nothing like that. No. If you think, it almost reminds me, if you think about like coming to a snake now, think of a python or a constrictor, one of the constrictors. They don't have any venom. They've got those razor sharp teeth just to hold on to their prey. And of course they constrict, but I'm just talking about the mouth part now. And it's the same as with these monitors, rock monitor, the null monitor. Got those very sharp little teeth. If they do bite you, it's quite a mission just to kind of remove the mouth from your arm or your leg or wherever they're biting you. This is quite a mission. Alright, he's slowly moving a little bit beyond the vehicle now. I do apologize with the pole there, but yeah, he is, as I say, he's very close to the vehicle, so we're just going to lose him now. And just hear Impala's alarm calling at the moment. So just going to look out, maybe something this side, but it's also the rutting starting now as well with a lot of the males. So you'll hear a lot of these males are starting to do the typical snorting and grunting noises. So a lot of the males are starting to challenge one another for harems. So it is getting to that time of the year now. Oh, Rashawn, gee, how many waterholes and dams does Madikwe have? Rashawn, yeah, I don't know. It's over maybe 30, 40, 50. I'm looking at the map now. No, that's a lot. There's so many. Yeah, maybe 30 or 40 dams. So it just shows you. It's a large reserve, Rashawn. It's 80,000 hectares. If you're looking at the size of the Sabi Sands, and that of course is with Mala Mala and Sabi Sabi all kind of combined into the Sabi Sands itself, that is about 76,000 hectares. Now of course, Madikwe is 80,000 hectares, so it's just really about 4,000 hectares more, and Sabi Sands is huge. So you can imagine Madikwe Game Reserve, very big. So yes. And so there's no ways that we can touch all sides of Madikwe. Yeah, it's just so difficult to because we're pretty much based more on the eastern side of Madikwe, and to make our way all the way to the west, it's going to take a long trip to get to the western side of Madikwe. You know, it's pretty much almost an entire day out. So yeah, very difficult. But yeah, water holes, very important. A lot of these water holes and pans are fed due to certain things like the boreholes and that. Because of course you do need water around here. But there's a lot of water holes. There's definitely a lot. Nice around here as well. So I'm noticing a few other bird species around here as well. And I think we've got that blue-cheeked, I've got the blue-cheeked bee-eater just on this little stump here. Just notice a beautiful blue-cheeked bee-eater. It's sitting just above here. Hopefully it stays here, because these bee-eaters are always moving up and down all over the show. There it is. Look at that. How beautiful is that? That's known as a blue-cheeked bee-eater. So we don't get that in the Sabi Sands. It's like the swallowtail bee-eater and the blue-cheeked bee-eater. That's for me, it's a first as well, being in this area. So birding has been fantastic. Look at that beautiful little, almost like a black mask with the beautiful blue cheeks. Hence the name blue cheek. And with that little yellow piece under the beak, and then a beautiful, like a rusty color just under that yellow as well. So the coloration of a bee eater is stunning. All bee eaters are beautiful. The most amazing colors. It's amazing that this one's actually sitting still for us for once. So those are migrants, so what they'll do, they'll come usually like September, October, they'll come down, and then they're usually like from April, May. They will go back north equator and just follow the insects, follow the food. Yeah, no, he's sitting beautiful, this blue-cheeked bee-eater. And usually they are in flocks. Yes, I did hear others calling around here somewhere. So they usually travel also in flocks, just like your European bee-eaters. So when they do migrate up north, they'll migrate pretty much together. Oh, it's grabbed. Oh, sorry, it just went so quickly. It just disappeared. Oh, there it comes back. There it is. Look at that. So well, that's perfect. I left that little spot and it came back exactly where it took off from. Yes, they are vibrant, Tammy. I think they are just typical bee eaters. I mean, I think it's like your rollers as well. You know, you want to attract those insects. You know, with that beautiful coloration, kind of just making it a little bit easier, making out as if you're a little beautiful little flower. and so definitely an attraction for insects. As you know, that the bee eaters are insectivorous, so they just mainly eat insects. Well, there's a lot of bees, hence the name, bee eater. So we get the different oh, there's two now. They just took over. So there are like several bee eater species around here. So we've got, of course, the European bee eater that will be migrating very soon. The blue-cheeked bee eater, the one that we've just got. White-fronted bee eater, I haven't seen them around here, but you do get them in this area. And then the southern carmine bee eater, we have seen them on the main road. It's fantastic. I love the southern carmine bee eater. I think they are beautiful. They've got that almost like that maroon red color with a black cap and that blue bottom. There's an insect there. I do apologize, there is an insect that's on a lens. It is hitching a ride with us. So I do apologize about that. Looks like he wants to also have his moment. I'm not too sure. I wish I could tell which insect that is. It would be amazing, but it's just a blur. Oh, you get it? Oh, almost. No, not really. Okay. Igor said he was trying to focus, see if we could get a focus on that insect on the lens, but I think that thing is right against the lens. That's right. That's correct, Joel. Max, yes, so I had the Lanner Falcon and I had the Ammer Falcon here. I had both Falcons here. So I had the Ammer Falcon, but we just saw the Ammer Falcon very briefly. It was in flight. And then we had the Lanner Falcon that was also chasing, going back and forth this side. Yeah, that's correct, Max. So we have been seeing the Lanner Falcon in most of these little waterholes. I think they're clever. I think the Lanner Falcon uses these opportunities when the doves and that come down to drink. So, of course, all the birds have their different times of drinking around it. And I think the Lanner Falcon takes that opportunity to go and rest somewhere, in like hiding somewhere. And then, of course, once those doves start taking off, and it'll take that opportunity to try and swoop down and grab a dove in mid-flight. But, yeah, we never know. We might be lucky with a Lanner Falcon here again. Yes, but those blue-cheeked bee eater, they sound just the same, very similar to the European bee eater calls. You can hear that all around us. Yes, this is definitely a waterhole that has delivered quite a bit for us for the last several weeks. Definitely had some fantastic sightings around here. We had that beautiful female cheetah there the other day. She was busy stalking some of the wildebeest, which is quite nice. I do apologize if I do have a sniff or two and sound a little bit clogged up. I'm still just recovering from a nice old head cold. So I do apologize for that little sniffle there. And these two warthog, that one on the right seems like it's already dug itself nicely into the mud, thinking it's knowing it's preparing itself for a nice hot day at Madikwe. So And see that male is gonna start rolling around very soon. The other one's just taking a bit of a drink. And warthogs love the mud, just as much as you've seen how elephants and buffalo, how much they enjoy the mud. Same as warthogs. Look at them. They are all queuing up here, having their first drink, and then maybe they will decide to start wallowing around here. Oh, even a warthog at the back. Sometimes I think there's more warthogs than impalas in this place. Because it seems like every turn we take, there's a warthog. And like a family, not just one, there's like a family of warthogs. A sounder of warthogs, if I have to use a collective noun to it. Of course, during the daytime, enjoying the wallowing and feeding. And of course, nighttime, these warthogs will, a little bit of fright there. At night times these warthogs will go and of course look for their little burrow, sometimes in the termite mounds, but here at Madikwe a lot of the burrows are more going into the ground itself, and as well as I've seen some of the warthogs actually resting under these thick acacia bushes, and so of course utilizing that as a safety net for themselves at night time. There's a big male in the middle there. Nice set of tusks on him. Joanne, there must be. Funny enough, Joanne, you're talking about bushpig now, because this is why they call this dam Kolobeng. Kolobeng means bushpig in the local language here. So I'm thinking the only reason why they call it a bushpig dam, bushpig dam, is due to there must have been bush pigs around here, and seen quite often. So, Joan, I'm sure there's bush pig. I haven't seen a bush pig. I've seen a bush pig when I was a kid. I think I was like, I think it was there in a place called Grafrenet, Cradock area. But I haven't seen a bush pig for years. So I'm sure there's bush pig around here. Well, it seems like there's so many different things around here. It won't be any surprise to have a bush pig or to see a bush pig during our stint. That male warthog, yep, that's Mr. Pig. You can just see the big tusks on him, so you can see clearly. You'll find many times a leopard, even cheetah, they'll think twice about going for something like this, even wild dogs. Because those tusks can do so much damage, and they're so tough. A warthog, it's a tough animal, real robust animal. I think we've got a military vehicle called a warthog. Yeah, there's a military vehicle that's called a warthog, because they are tough. We went down to many, I was like about 13, 14, 15 years old, I can't remember. And we went to this little farm, like this farmyard. So they had like, it was actually a pineapple farm. They had this big pineapple. It was actually in the Natal area. I think it was Natal or Eastern Cape. Can't remember, but it's this big pineapple there. So of course, and that's where you can go and buy pineapples and all that stuff. And they've got all these like farm animals around there. But then they also had these tame warthogs that was like walking between everybody and like, you know, no issues and all that. And of course, my dad, my mom, my older brother, my younger brother, and myself were just walking around there. And next moment, out of nowhere, this warthog, a female warthog, I don't know, she got a fright for some other reason. And she turned around and she came bolting towards us. And of course my older brother and my dad did not see it, and she knocked over my dad and my brother like tenpin bowling, like what you call those things, skittles, and knocked them over, and they went tumbling down to the ground, and it did a lot of damage to what's that? pins. Sorry, Timpan bowling pins. Thank you, pins. Thank you. And knocked them down to the ground and did a lot of damage to their legs. Sure. So it just shows you. I mean, that's how. And that was a female warthog. She was not even large. She was like a small female, and she could do that. So, and my dad is not like the smallest guy. Dad's tall, but yeah, so it did quite a bit of damage. So it just shows you those animals are not soft. Don't play around with them. You can understand that time when I saw Thandi actually hunting a male warthog. I mean, she got right behind that male warthog, and her whiskers touched the warthog's genitals. That's how he knew that she was behind him. And you can actually see in slow motion the genitals actually kind of going into its body. And it took off like a rocket. And of course, Thandi, that female leopard, she was very chuffed. She was proud about her stalking skills. And she just looked back at us, and her tail went into that typical kind of scorpion tail position, and she just walked off like a proud leopard. Of course, not taking it down, but clever girl, because it could have done a lot of damage if she did do that. She did take that opportunity. It's no, it makes the genitals of the warthog because it sticks out at the back. So of course you can see this male. Well, you can't see. Well, he's trying to show us now. He's trying to show us. But it sticks out at the back, and when the whiskers touched the genitals, it actually kind of like sunk into the body of the warthog, kind of just disappeared, you know. So yeah. But anyway. Yeah, no. The warthog definitely read the script. Oh, it's getting stuck in there. Definitely these areas are getting really muddy and mucky now. So some of these animals coming through that mud have to engage 4x4 to get through these sections. Nice boy. So of course the males don't really hang around with the females and the piglets, so they don't raise the piglets at all. That's the female's job. So the female warthogs, they will be the ones that will be looking after the young, making sure that they are safe. Oh, black and white bird that went there. I thought it was a pied wagtail. It's pretty much. Oh, there it goes. Oh no, it's a three-banded plover. You can see all the animals taking the opportunity one at a time to come down. Mike, they usually always give birth to 4. Never more. Maybe less, but not more than 4 piglets. They only got 4 teats. So they can only really feed 4 piglets at a time. But I know like your stats for, I don't know about Madikwe, but I know the stats for warthogs, oh, it's loving it there. For piglets reaching the adulthood is very low. You always see they start off with 4, and usually most of the time they'll end up with just 1 or 2 piglets, or sometimes none. So the success rate of them getting to adulthood in the sands is very low. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the piglets with the family, with the mom. A lot of piglets is still like 3, 4. So they do quite well this side, yeah, in Madikwe. I also think the reason for that is it's very open here, and as well as there's a lot of warthogs in this area. So, you know, safety in numbers. So we've got more warthogs in the area. definitely your chances of survival is going to be much higher.
The Wild Show has aired. The curtain has begun descending. But wait, you didn't catch all the episodes live. We are proud to announce that all 24 episodes of The Wild Show are available on the app.
Can we stop there, please? Because
Watch out for The Wild Show Carousel, only on the app.
let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Lots of impalas have now made their way down this side. So it's impalas, wildebeest, warthog and zebra, 4 species that's around here, around this dam for the morning so far. I'm hoping that we do get some elephants that will make their way further on down this side and come down for a good old mud bath, or maybe those wild dogs will make an appearance, which will be fantastic, but I don't think so. I think it's getting too hot now. I don't think they'll end up this side. You can see all the animals take their turn on coming down for something to drink, almost like a pecking order. A few days ago we had 2 wildebeest, blue wildebeest males competing. Sorry Max, go with Linda's comment again, please. Linda, warthog spur, yes, I'll definitely, if you do come across it, I'll definitely show you. It's very much their spurs, those are ungulates, so of course typical 2 nails on the hoof. But if you take it there, it's much squarer. It's got a very squared shape. Oh, there goes our monitor. Maybe it's going to bite the wildebeest on its nose. No, I'm joking. Doubt it. It's just swimming past. Oh, they got a fright. They got a fright. I don't know what it is. Looking a little bit bemuseled. You can just see definitely that Nile monitor is built perfectly for the water, and they're so quick. When they're in that water, they're very quick. So they're chasing a fish, they can herd it quickly to the side, to a corner, and try and grab it. But yes, coming back to the warthog spurs, so yeah, it's very square, almost like a pig spur, if you know, like a pig. If you look at the hoof of a pig, yeah, it's got very much that square look to it. I think sooner or later I'm going to try and reposition myself, because if I sit in the sun any longer like this, my health is not going to get better, it's just going to get worse. So I think I will very shortly try and reposition and get into another area. I think what we're going to do, I'm going to park that side. I'm just going to get that shade. I'm going to sit like this. Alright. Alright, I'm going to just try and reposition the vehicle. So I just want to try and get into an area where I can pop myself into shade, because if I sit in the sun like this, it's not gonna do me too well. So yeah, while we do that, let's head over to Okaukuejo with Alex.
Thanks, Cedric. And a different scene unfolding here at the moment. That giraffe has moved off. The wind has slowly started to pick up. And the numbers of zebra swelling. So really quite awesome. Fantastic when they do come through like this. I think this will probably be the theme for the next hour or so. Probably to 2. Zebra in good numbers. Of course, we'll have smatterings of springbok, hopefully some wildebeest and gemsbok to enjoy as well. But for the moment, chilled scenes for the zebra, no one being that vocal. And it looks like the zebra politics also calmed down for this moment in time. The European bee-eaters also kind of decided to move on a little bit, but a little bit of different bird call to enjoy, a bit softer, so perhaps the feeding party that was around all kind of moved on, and we're waiting for the next arrival. So it seems to me that at the waterhole right now, we've got 3 separate harems. There's one harem that's also moving off. They're definitely starting to dominate that opposite side of the Okaukuejo waterhole for now. Cloud cover also starting to burn off, and I'm sure the temperature rising rather rapidly. So, looks like the zebra are going to start to kind of get really busy here at Ukukuyo. And while we wait for that, it's time for us to head across to Nick and see what's going on in Kariga.
Okay, we may not have zebras this side of the world, but we do have plenty of other species. Nice sort of scene of abundance that we've got here. Plenty of buffalo around. We've got some rhino, that's Tundi and the youngsters there that we can see. And as well as some eland making their way across. So it really is an absolute cracker of a day here at Kariga today. Good day to be out and about. You can see everybody's doing a little bit of feeding now. I feel like that's probably a good idea before temperatures do skyrocket too high and it starts to become a little bit uncomfortable for the animals to feed. You can see there on the left hand side, right at the back, we've got a male Nyala as well. So that's really good news. Plenty of different species. It's amazing how sometimes you go out and it can sometimes be quite hard, quite challenging to find animals, different species of animals, and other times you go out and everything is out and about. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. Really is great to see not just all of these different species around and about, but Tundi and their youngster as well. It's definitely been a few days since we've been able to see them, so it really is great to have them back again. I do apologize about the sound of that passing vehicle there. People do need to get from A to B in the reserve, but now that that vehicle is gone, we will be the only vehicle out and about on the reserve here. So we're going to have all of this to ourselves. Could kind of just sit here all day and just enjoy all of the scenes that we've got here. It really doesn't get much better than this. There's a time and a place for everything. This morning we did have the zebra foals kind of gallivanting around a little bit during our sunrise safari. And now it's just really nice to see kind of the harmony and how accepting different species are with each other. I mean, look at the proximity that all of these different animals are in with each other here, and everybody's 100% happy with it. I feel like in terms of a lot of the species that we do find excuse me, down here on the bottom of the open plains, maybe the only species we're not seeing at the moment is warthog, which might be nice. I mean, there is a chance of one maybe around and about there somewhere. Obviously they're that much lower down at shoulder height compared to everybody else. We've got a few buffalo coming quite close to some of the blesbok here now as well. Also everybody very accepting with each other there as well. And it looks like that buffalo in the center has already been for a mudwaller, that one on the left hand side of the frame. Look at the bum, very wet there. But remember, in terms of the direction of where these three buffalo are heading, there is another small mudwaller there, kind of right in the center of the clearings. So I reckon there's a very good chance that these buffalo are going to go there for a proper mud wallow. The big herd itself hasn't been to any of the mud wallows this morning, so I feel like that's also really just a matter of time. We generally see our big bulls starting to head there a little bit earlier compared to the whole herd. Our blesbok in the center there has got that very characteristic, strange way that only the blesbok know how to do, of kind of half having a sleep and, you know, resting your head forward but not actually toppling over. I always find that a peculiar sort of resting spot. You know, like when you're watching TV and you're trying to keep your eyes open and your eyes kind of, you know, slowly start to close and then your head nods forward. I feel like that's exactly what looks like is going to happen with that blesbok. Nathan, that's a good question. So straight off of the bat, there is a competition amongst different species of predators. So you would never see different types of predators resting together like this. You'd never see lions resting with cheetahs, or lions resting with leopard, or leopard with cheetah, anything like that. There is a strict competition amongst the predators, of where basically the biggest of those predators, the lion, basically tries to assert his dominance and reduce competition amongst those predators by killing the other one. So you'd never see predators being this close and being that sort of accepting of each other. You know, every now and then you might see predators close by, you know, by chance, but not kind of resting peacefully together like all of these animals are doing. So we would never ever see this with predators. You know, sometimes you do see where a lion has snuck up on a leopard or something like that, but that's kind of just quite sneaky. You wouldn't see them choosing to rest together like this. Remember, it's a different reasoning for a lot of these species that we're seeing. Remember that they're all herbivores, so there's plenty of food to go around here, but also there's no competition amongst the different species like there is competition amongst the cats, the predators. So that's why everybody here is very accepting of each other. It's also nice and safe for them. You know, if you're an eland, or at least a blesbok, let's use a blesbok, that's a better example. You're not really going to, you're going to be on the menu for everybody. You know, so having lots of different sets of eyes and ears around, that's beneficial to you. It really is just a pleasant scene, this. I mean, look at that. Even if I bring the frame up just a little bit, and we've got those beautiful river euphorbia trees in the background there, just adding a little bit of a dynamic to the scene here. I'm going to stick around with this beautiful group of species that we've got, and I think in the meantime let's take you across to Djuma while I reposition.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, we are here across in Djuma with a rather awesome scene. This waterbuck cow and her calf. It looks like they're going to enjoy a little bit of a relaxation here. Wouldn't be too relaxed if I was them, knowing that the cocks have been around. Chagra calling as well. I did hear some Natal spur fowl as well. with the emerald spotted wood dove. It's just been calling, so rather cool. Let's see if we can't get in a little bit closer. Some arrow mark babblers as well, calling in the background. And a bit of rumination going on for the cow. But nice to be able to see this youngster. Probably only around 2 months to 6 weeks or so old. Has grown rather quickly though in that time. And we have been rather fortunate enough to see it and spend some decent time viewing both the mothers and the babes' relationship and how they go about their lives. So kind of staying a little bit away from the herd at the moment. I think this will probably start to end and there will be a bit more integration now. But definitely trying to keep this youngster in the thicket and quite close to imprinting on herself or on the youngster. Starling's giving a bit of a chirp there. But definitely kind of trying to curate that bond, imprinting itself or herself on the calf. And then getting to know the other waterbuck that are in the area after that. So really quite cool. It looks like the calf kind of in play gear at the moment. Mother enjoying some rumination. Back Camarapcha as well calling. And really quite precious just being able to sit and view this calf. Hi Tasman, and yes, very easy to do that. The youngster really quite enduring at the moment. Definitely looking like it's trying to coax its mother into a game of some sorts. Definitely a bit more energy than the mother has right now. At least showing that. So really some cool interaction going on here. You'll notice as cow kind of ruminates, just brushing up against that little calf. You can probably see the calf coming down towards the water's edge now. Looks like that's where its attention is focused. Hi Eric, yes, most definitely they are known for their association with water. They do wade in, they can swim through, and they do favor the kind of aquatic vegetation that is found around the water holes as well. Of course also grazing in that throughout and around water holes too. So associated with water itself, although I have seen them across in the Kalahari in good numbers too. But I do have a number of other kind of aquatic adaptations that do aid them with regards to this as well. But definitely more damp area specialists, that is for sure. So we've also got some European bee-eaters calling here. The emerald spotted wood doves. And a number of others really. A little puff back there too. So some good bird life around here at Djuma Gari Dam at the moment. So make sure we kind of keep both the cow and the calf in frame. A lovely little russet bush willow also just in the back there. You'll be able to see the pods coming through. And you'll notice how the calf is also kind of using and focusing on, so just feeding along kind of aquatic water line there. There was a water thickney that also called. Obviously got the other doves. Okay, turtle dove, the emerald spotted as well, or wood dove. And a fair amount going on with the European bee-eaters this side too. Woodlands kingfish is still about. So really quite a chorus to take in. So we've got a rather large kind of foraging party around us at the moment of birds. There's a Birchall starling that's just over the other side of the dam there, just next to the calf. It's quite cool watching how the calf kind of checks it out and is spending quite a bit of time. However, it does look like the mother's seen something and perhaps picked up on something. Not too sure exactly what that is. There's also obviously weed eaters going on at camp. But she's definitely focused on something different. We're just waiting to see that. Hi Hannah, yes, most definitely. It's kind of like a metronome. You can just see how that youngster is really full of energy. But definitely those tails looking like a metronome. And don't hypnotize yourself, that is for sure. Put yourself to sleep. And really quite cool seeing how that does work like that. Lovely watching this little interaction between the mother and calf at the moment. So really lots going on. You can also pick up some of the black-headed orioles as well as, like I said, the black-crowned chagra, all out and about. Kingfishers, doves, spurfowl, and of course we are enjoying just this mom and calf duo, really treating us to some nice insight into their life. A cool little segue to just enjoy. Looks like this cow or this calf a little bit thirsty. They're clearly not too happy with what is going on and around here. And we'll just follow them to see where they do head off to. A lovely little grey heron that's also out and about here at Kari Dam. Hi, Laura. I resonate completely with your thoughts there. I would definitely think that it is quite dangerous with the crocs that have been around. I'm not too sure if they are still about. I haven't seen them in some time. I don't know if they have been seen in the last few days, but definitely a cause for concern, at least for this waterbuck cow and her calf. It seems that the heron also getting away and doing the most. A little bit of a morning forage going on right now. No doubt plenty for it to consume. So a couple of nice rises. I would also think that the crocs also made their way down here. That a number of barbel or catfish also were able to find their way into here. But awesome to just sit back and enjoy the waterbuck for what they are. Nice little insight into their life. Cool to see that interaction between the calf and cow. It is time for us to head back to Cedric and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Definitely are quite pretty. And yeah, we are here back at Madikwe. As you can see, once again, we've got a few impalas in background, and of course our warthogs. It looks like today is Warthog Day here at Kolobing Dam. There's just so many warthogs. Look at this. Hey, I mean, when last have I ever seen such a huge herd of warthogs? You can even call it a herd of warthogs now. A sounder of warthogs. That is incredible. A mom with youngsters, a couple of males, and just moving around back and forth. Looks like it's definitely a warthog festival here at the moment. And some more coming in. Of course, those little piglets, they will just stick to the mom. They won't go anywhere else. They'll just stick very close to mom. As you can see, they're just very happy to get to the mud. I think they're just very happy to maybe roll in some mud. Just like the male on the right hand side, as you can see, he is enjoying it so much. And is absolutely digging himself a nice little hole there. Oh, yes. Cake that body full of mud, protected from the sun, of course, and as well just try and get all those little parasites off their body. But look at it, still that beautiful tusk male that's just been hanging around here at Kolobing Dam for the whole morning so far. And then also another male on the left. So males, of course, got two sets of warts, one just below the eyes and then the one just between the nostrils and the eyes. Where, of course, the female, they've just got the one set of warts. So these are two boys. So they're not competing for females at the moment. They kind of respect each other's space. But I have seen warthog battles before where they compete for females, and they can become quite intense and quite vicious. But definitely these two guys have got a truce. Well, this guy's only gotten halfway in the mud. Garth, can a male warthog kill a lion, or a male lion, or a lion in general? Well, put it this way, Garth, not that easily. I mean, a lion is big, a warthog is a small animal. But if that warthog with those, especially the warthog with the big tusks, I mean, if he impales the lion just at the right spot, it could be fatal for the lion. I mean, those long tusks, if it impales in the side and punctures a lung or something like that, well, then it could be a problem for the lion, for sure. But cases of that happening, I think, is very few and far between. More so with leopards, because the problem with the leopard is, if a warthog goes into a burrow, they go backwards, they go in reverse. In other words, they've got their tusks now facing forward. So when they go into those burrows, they've got those tusks facing forward or the head facing forward, and a leopard sometimes will actually try and get into that burrow. Sometimes they'll try and get into that hole. And by doing that, that warthog can shoot out of that burrow so quickly with those tusks, and it can actually impale a leopard in its side, in its throat, maybe even in its lung or something like that, and it could be very fatal for a leopard. So, but with a lion, I mean, as I say, there is a chance. Definitely there is a chance. I'm not saying that there's no ways. I've never seen it, never heard of it, but I'm sure there is that possibility of a warthog doing damage. I mean, that's why we always, as guides, always say, when we find a hole in a termite mound, and you're doing a bushwalk, you never really just walk straight up to that hole, like, face on. Always go to the side of it, or go to the top of that hole, or that burrow, and just take a look and just peer over the side and to see what's happening in that hole. Because if you go walking straight towards a hole and there's a warthog inside there, and that thing decides to shoot out there with lightning speed, and with those sharp tusks, I mean, you can sever your leg just at once. So you don't want to put yourself at that kind of risks at all, or even your guess. It won't be a very bright idea. No. Well, a little youngster coming up here. Looks like a young female. Yeah, so you can see that just only sets below the eyes. A male at the back on the right. So two females to the left and one male to the right. You can see he's got those two sets of warts. The female's got the one set. Alright, looks like we've got a little Mr. Wildebeest here as well. Just a little bit on the one side. Just looks like he's enjoying a good old sand bath. Also getting a little bit of mud on him as well. So many times you'll find these males will do that out of dominance, as well as getting rid of all parasites that's on there. There's Tsessebe. A whole herd of Tsessebe. Sorry. Can you believe it? We got Tsessebe. What? Yeah, we got Tsessebe here. We saw one Tsessebe the other day. So yeah, that is amazing. Amazing. Look at this. And waterbuck. But look at those Tsessebe coming down here. That is incredible, with a baby Tsessebe there in the mix. Ellie! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was that one 6? That is incredible, just amazing. While he's sitting here, you just all of a sudden things just start appearing out of nowhere. And to see a Tsessebe, well, I'm not used to seeing a Tesserae at all. No idea. So, yeah, this is something new. Especially seeing them in a herd like that. You can see male and female will have horns. But how beautiful are those horns on them? Nice black faces, black down the legs. And of course the little calf that's with them as well. Hey, wow. Yeah, no, this is just shows you, just sitting at the waterhole, that's what I always believe, sitting at a waterhole, things can just come out of nowhere, that will surprise you. You think it might be quiet for a bit, then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. Something new, something different. Gladys, well, I'm practically almost on the same boat as you. It is a very strange looking antelope, and I'm glad it's your first time. I'm glad that we can show this antelope to you. And well, as I say, I've seen Tesserae in my life. I've seen maybe like a handful. Maybe I can count it on like one of my hands. So this is fantastic just to see this now. Of course, we've got so we've got like Tesserae, we've got wildebeest, impala, warthog, zebra, waterbuck. We've got like 6 different species of animals around this dam. And of course, it looks like we've got and we've got finally we've got our largest mammal that's also approaching the dam. Finally, welcome. We will be definitely enjoying your presence for now. He's just making his way down to the water hole. There he is, Mr. Elephant. Good morning. Thank you for making an appearance. A nice bull, not big, like a mid-age male. Ray, yes, definitely. I mean, this has just been, as I say, sitting at this dam is all of a sudden just everything has just decided to make its way down to this waterhole. That's why I say dams during a day like this, perfect. You don't go anywhere. You stay put. Oh, and I think he's going to have a nice little drink. Such a beautiful boy. Nice tusks on him. He's just all by himself. So you always find these males most of the time wandering around by themselves. Of course, the youngsters will be with the females in the breeding herds. I'm hoping that we get to see a nice breeding herd coming down during this morning. Well, so far, the way our luck has been going, I'm sure we'll be getting a breeding herd soon. Touch wood. Don't want to jinx myself. You can see it can drink up and put up around about 12 liters at a time in its trunk, especially the big males. 12 liters of water. So that's a lot of water that it can suck up and then spray it into its mouth. So only one-way valves, unfortunately, they can't drink the water through the trunk. It's the same as us. If you try and drink water through your nose, you are going to choke. It's not easy. Well, some people's got that gift. I think I've had a friend actually doing that. Yeah, I think he drank some beverages through his nose. Very strange. Yeah, I don't know. I think he had a different valve system that was working between his throat and his nose. Yeah, his plumbing. His plumbing was interesting. But yeah, so that's how they'll find these elephants. They'll suck it up and then they'll just squirt it into their mouths. And he's got a very hairy chin, this male, or very hairy lip. Almost looks like he's smiling because he's here at this water hole. I'm sure he might be. But just looking at the ages now like this, just by the size, as I say, it's not fully grown. That head is not that big and he hasn't got that thick trunk and of course his body as well. So I'll say if I have to put a rough estimate on this one, maybe like a 35-year-old, plus minus a 35-year-old male. This guy will easily get, he's still going to put a couple of tons on him. So he's about maybe 6 tons. Well, not now, he'll get to about 6 tons, but yeah. Oh, all right, let's head over to Djuma with Alex, as he's got southern ground hornbills to show you.
Back across here in Gowrie, at Gowrie Dam in Djuma, and we are obviously with 2 southern ground hornbill that are definitely looking for breakfast or brunch. Quite characteristic of them when they are in foraging mode. They will take a number of things when they are doing this. So things from puff adders through to scrub hares even. They really are such special birds. Almost very prehistoric looking as well. Of course, there are 2 species of ground hornbill found in Africa. Obviously, get this, the southern ground hornbill. And then its northern cousin. It's a little bit smaller, that being the Abyssinian ground hornbill. A little bit of blue as well, not as much as the red. And kind of a different casque that they have on their foreheads, on their faces, foreheads. Just be able to try and pick up that red. That's really what we're going to try and keep track of while these 2 forage about. Quite characteristic also having that bill open. Looks like both of them coming back towards the road. And you'll hear the arrow mark babblers. It looks like they're going to kind of get really right up towards us. And I'm hoping we get them a little closer because it's always quite fascinating looking at how long their eyelashes are. They do have extremely long eyelashes as well. Hi Graham, thanks very much for your question. I do need to just confirm the name again, because I will be fibbing if I tell you right now what I think it is called. And it is something that has literally just been on the tip of my tongue, as we were just talking about the difference between both the southern and the northern Abyssinian. So let me just wrap my head around this. So basically it's just a skin really, that striking red facial and throat skin. Obviously contrasts quite nicely. There's obviously a specific name for it. So Jared also across an MC trying to give a hand, yeah, and I don't think it is called a wattle. The wattle would basically be kind of an overhanging dewlap then that would then popping out of it. So definitely some form of skin. I do need to just think through the name again because it is something I've been made aware of in the past. It is actually perhaps a wattle that I think that is there. Although a wattle generally kind of being 2 kind of almost protrusions that do hang a bit lower. I suppose many different kind of uses to wattles as well. Interesting watching these 2 feed. So just sitting here and enjoying these two forage about. Definitely two adults. Not uncommon to also see them with a youngster as well. Of course, they do take some time, around 3 years of age, really, where they then start to turn to this kind of more red kind of coloring on their faces. So when you do see them when they are juveniles, kind of a light kind of pink coloration to that throat and kind of eye area, then turning red as they mature. So they start to turn this lovely crimson color from around 3, and then really get into that peak of the red at around 5 years of age. So always quite fascinating. They've decided to hide behind this, what it is, a silver cluster leaf. But they're doing exactly what ground hornbills do. Of course, the name kind of does allude to that. They do spend around 70% of their day on their feet foraging. They do roost, though. They do have a fairly long gestation period as well. Those Aramart babblers definitely going rather wild. We've also had the brown-headed parrots calling, so really quite a bit going on in the bird world today. So these two southern ground hornbills slowly starting to move. It seems like up, although they do forage around and they can get around quite extensively. Hi Lydia, it's always quite a tough one. There are some cool organizations that do really do quite a bit for the southern ground hornbill as well as northern Abyssinian. Really what does kind of hold them back is the fact that to kind of fledge, you're looking at a chick then being anywhere around 6 years of age. So they might develop that red I was talking about from around 5 years of age, but they really only reach maturity at around 8. They kind of really fledge and move off from their parents from the age of 6 really. So they've got a very high kind of mortality rate with regards to their chicks at around 70%. So it is something that really does affect them. They do live very long times. Of course, that upbringing and time spent also affects them. So a number of variables that really do kind of hamper the growth of southern ground hornbill numbers. Of course, also things like poisoning and land encroachment and habitat encroachment as well. Definitely things that hurt them and their numbers, and of course the conservation of these birds. But always fantastic to be able to sit here and enjoy them and their company. It is time for us also to head off to Nick and enjoy some of what Kariega has to offer us.
Okay, we do have little birdies tweeting in the background, but we've still got our nice big herd of buffaloes here. We've got a lovely group of impala that have moved across as well. It's interesting, they kind of came out of nowhere. This morning has been relatively quiet with a lot of the impala, and all of a sudden they came and sort of ran out of the bushes. I didn't see anything that may have potentially given them a fright, but really nice to be able to see them again. Look at that splash of colour in the background from our plumbago trees there. And it also looks like we've got an Inyala in and amongst all of the impala. Really a scene of plenty that we've got going on here. Little buffalo calf at the bottom of the frame. Look at that. Kariega is producing the scenery today, my goodness. So still lots of feeding going on amongst this herd of buffalo. They kind of did pass by relatively close to one of the mud wallows. I have seen one individual buffalo that's really covered themselves in mud. But as for the rest of the herd, everybody's kind of quite happy to keep plodding along, continuing along with their day. No one's really having too much of a mud wallow. It's just so nice to see so many impalas all over the place, and there's still a whole wave of them that's going to be coming from the left hand side. We've got a few wildebeest that have joined up with the group here as well. Look at this, I mean there are buffalo everywhere. Here we go, buffalo, wildebeest, impala. Angie, yeah, it is, it's beautiful. I feel like all of the colours and textures and differences in colour between the species here. Look at that impala bounding across. It really is just a beautiful scene that we've got. Yeah, it's amazing how these impalas have just come out of nowhere. I mean, they were obviously down in one of the thickets, maybe closer to the river. But really great to have them out and about joining everybody here. I feel like impala are such a bubbly, almost exuberant type of antelope, if you could call it that. Look at that, absolutely incredible. There's our buffalo just entering the right hand side of the frame. That's got the mud all over her. Kind of just turning a little bit. Look at the difference in her colour compared to everybody else. I think she kind of flopped down on the mud on the one side of her body, the left hand side. Oh no, it actually looks like a male, looks like a bull, sorry. On the left hand side of his body. Oh no, it is a female, sorry, getting things confused here. Just looked at her and she had an impressive looking set of horns. And we've still got a few more impala filtering through here. Matthew, yeah, 100%. It gives a very different feel. Hey, I feel like compared to, you compare it to Djuma, you compare it to Pridelands or Kikuyu, it's very, very different. Luckily there are no T-Rexes cruising around here. But yeah, it gives a completely different feel. And I think it's so nice that we can bring all of these different habitats and landscapes and biomes and things like that live to you. You know, in this Albany thicket, you see in the background there, it is dense. It always amazes me how the animals that we do see, that they don't have a lot more scratches and scars on the things on the side of their body. Yeah, obviously for things like these buffalo being grazers, they prefer these open clearings, but they do need to move from A to B, and you know, a large amount of the time when moving from one clearing to the next, they have to go through those thickets. They have to work their way through it. And it's always amazing that they don't accumulate more scratches and scars and things along the way. So our wildebeest that we can see there have been largely following this herd of buffalo for most of the morning. It's been quite cool to watch. And I think it's more a case of them just feeling nice and safe and secure with so many sets of eyes and ears and things around like that. But you know, if you kind of scan across the scene very quickly, it'd be pretty easy to kind of pass up those wildebeest at the back and being kind of slender, skinnier buffalo. A little friendly tussle going on with our buffalo in the foreground here. Karen, you hit the nail on the head. They would definitely leave the mud on until kind of the last minute, until it flakes off by itself. Remember that mud is protecting their skin from the sun, from insects as well. I mean, sometimes you will see them going up to a tree and having a good scratch up against the tree. And you know, obviously doing that might force some of that mud off. But I mean, they're obviously just trying to get rid of an itch like that. It's not like they will purposefully diminish their mud while they try and get that mud off. You know, that mud is very beneficial to them. You know, in terms of protecting skin from something like the sun, from the heat, it's tough, it's not easy. You know, obviously they will sweat to try and cool down. Look how a lot of the members of the herd are now starting to move off. I think it looks like there's been a decision within the herd that it's time to head to water.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Yeah, so you can see we've got a whole group of Blesbok up there and our rhino. That'll be Tundi and the youngsters. beautiful little rocky outcrop right at the top of the hill up there as well. You can imagine as a spot for some of our raptors, maybe even things like jackal buzzard, that might be nice to go up there. And different bird species will get up there as well. You know, a lot more of the birds that we'd expect to find in denser types of areas. But that's almost like a postcard type of picture that we've got, you know. That is a scene of summer in abundance, you know, plenty of different species here. Pretty picturesque with the sort of the flowing contour of that ridge line there. And this herd of buffalo is kind of heading off in small groups towards this little mud wallow. Gene, I'm happy I could top that day off for you there. This is a really incredible scene. Beautiful scene. A few little michie starting to fly here around and about as the temperature kind of increases. And apologies about the noise of the plane heading overhead. You can see that one buffalo in the center there. It looks like it's almost looking up at it. So like I said, it looks like these buffalo are heading towards that mud wallow, and I can see one or two of them have actually got there. It is in a little bit of a dip, so very difficult to see from here. So I think I'm going to reposition the vehicle, and hopefully we can get a view of them in the mud, sloshing around. I think for now, let's take you across to Cedric in Madikwe and see what he's up to.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, I'm hoping that you can get those buffaloes in the mud. It will be fantastic. Of course, we are still at Kolobeng Dam, also known as Bush Pig Dam. And we still got a couple of, still one or two harems around of zebras that's been coming back and forth to the waterhole. But a lot of the other animals have decided to start moving back into the thickets to go and feed for the morning. But it is nice just to see some of these zebras still coming down. And it's amazing when you're seeing all, just taking like notice of it, and how many times you've got different harems coming in. So when I'm saying a harem is of course when it's just a family or a group is controlled by a dominant male. So like of course with the zebras it's a stallion. And then of course, those little warthogs are just funny. And of course with that stallion he'll have his mares, that's the females, and of course the foals, a couple of the youngsters. So that'll be his harem. So controlled one male, many females. And it's amazing how quickly that, like, you know, they organize themselves between one another, that they don't belong to that harem, they still belong to this harem. But in return on that whole situation, sometimes it can happen where you'll find a stallion will try and entice a mare to come and follow his harem instead. And sometimes that's when you get a little bit of altercations between stallions, and then a lot of kicking and biting. But other than that, the mares do pretty much put their trust in the stallion that they've chosen. So, and it's amazing how they kind of just split up straight away and go back into that same harem. Of course we do. Of course, we've always got to have warthogs photobombing our moment here, as always, especially around this dam. But it looks like one or two of them just moving away. But especially with the stallion, or not just the stallions, like the males, if they do not have a harem, sometimes of course they all get pushed out of the original harem, and then they'll go on by themselves. Sometimes you'll find 3 or 4 stallions together. Sometimes they actually create themselves like little bachelor herds as well. Sometimes you see young males together instead of being all by itself and vulnerable to any sort of predators, especially the lions. But I'm sure they'll be fine for now because it is pretty much coming closer to midday and it is quite hot, so I don't think any lions will be roaming around in this heat, in this open clearings for now. Thea, they remind you of your staffies, so you enjoy the warthogs. Yes, Thea, they are like staffies. My dad had a staffy as well. His name was Bully, and beautiful dogs. Are very like kind of robust as well. And if I had to have a dog here in the bush, it would be a staffy. I remember the Jock of the Bushveld was a staffy. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, Thea, you got Gus and Ruby. Gus and Ruby. That is nice. Nice names. I like it. Gus and Ruby. Oh, sorry, Jared. Sorry, Thea. I'm sure you got also pretty names for your dogs. But yeah, Jared, that's nice. You also got two staffies, Gus and Ruby. I like it. Very cute. So I guess it's a male and female making little staffies. But yeah, I had a sad story with my staffy. Unfortunately, what happened is my dad was so attached to that dog, absolutely attached to the dog. And they went on holiday, so I was looking after the house and I was looking after old Bully, our staffy. But he had that pink skin, so he had that that pinkish skin at the bottom. So he was unfortunately prone to skin cancer. So he had a very bad skin, and while my parents were gone on holiday, I was looking after him, and I remember the one morning I woke up and I heard the yelping, and of course I went into the kitchen, and I saw Bully, but he was just like lying on the ground, but in a lot of pain, and like with the skin at the bottom of his belly, that pink skin, of course he was bleeding, and it was like scabby and all that, was like not looking good, and he was in like so much pain. So of course I took Bully to the vet. And I phoned my dad at that time, and my dad's like, yeah, at least let him get medication and see if they can help him. And I took him to the vet, and the vet looked at him and said, the dog is in so much pain, it's already gone so far, there's no treatment for this anymore. Unfortunately, it is at that point in time where, it's rather say goodbyes and let him go through this pain. So I had to phone my dad again, and I told him the story, and my dad was, of course, in tears, and he didn't want to let go of Bully, but, unfortunately, at that point in time, I saw it was not a good thing to keep the dog going. And, so they had to put him out. They had to euthanize him. But it was very sad. I mean, I sat with him while they euthanized him. I sat there and held him, till he passed away. So, yeah. Anyway, enough of that sad story. I'm almost putting a tear to my eye, thinking about that day. But yeah, as you can see, we've got another beautiful male elephant that's just decided to come down and also have a nice little drink around this dam. So we just have males so far. 2 males. He's going to try and chase that impala away. Let's see what he's going to do. Impala, you've got to do something. Yep. Move out the way, the big boss is in town. Definitely it looks like a larger one, this. Definitely a larger one. Not big tusks on this boy, but definitely a nice sized body. Oh, no, Impala's still irritating him. That's the only thing, when it comes to elephants and when they come down to these water holes, they tend to always chase any animals that's busy drinking around here. They tend to just chase them off and let them first drink from the first year, and then of course then the other animals can come and take a second helping. Well, he's definitely striding back and forth here. I think he's just trying to look for a nice spot. Too mucky that side where he went. yeah, he tests it first, checking. Sometimes he'll just spray it to the side, but I think he'll drink first time. Yeah. So you see how he like uses his trunk. So what he does is like anything that's like sitting on top of that water, like any sticks and leaves and debris that the wind has blown on top of the water, into the water, he'll just kind of push it to the side, just kind of making sure that he's not going to suck any of that stuff up. And then of course having a nice clean water. Many times as well, you'll find that when elephants do drink, they usually never really try and drink the first time. They usually they'll suck up some water and then they'll squirt it to the side like once or twice. And also doing that is also just to remove a lot of the mucus that's situated inside of the trunk itself. So they don't like drinking a lot of that mucus. So what they do, they'll just kind of push it to the side and then squirt it out and actually get rid of that mucus. Oh, we've got little, what's those things? Warthogs. I've seen so many of them, like I even forgot. When I was a kid, I used to call them water dogs. But that's a warthog, not a water dog, a warthog. A little staffy. Yeah, exactly, the water staffies. You can see little three little pigs. Little pig, let me in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down. But yeah, you can see on their knees, of course, just trying to get to the little roots, little seeds. So it's an easy way just to go down, on their knees like that. Jackie, yes, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us on our escape to nature. And yes, there have been amazing sightings here around Kolobeng Dam this morning, and definitely amazing to see how many warthogs we have seen so far. It was like the other day at Klo Dam, we saw so many elephants, and like today at Kolobeng Dam. And how ironic is this part, because Klo Dam, Klo is elephant, of course, in the local language. And we saw so many elephants. And Kolobeng Dam is bush pig, or hog, and we've seen so many warthogs around at this dam. So it looks like the dams are living pretty much up to their names. But it says, so it has been amazing. I mean, elephants, warthogs, we had that beautiful, what's that thing, big eagle, African hawk eagle. I see we've got a big herd of elephants coming now towards us, finally, but far in a distance, but they are making their way down here. So we are definitely going to be riddled with elephantes. As I thought the day is getting to that point of elephants that need to have a little bit of a drink, and especially these herds, I love it when they come down. Let's see what happens here. So what happens is, we'll see the excitement. We do apologize for a little bit of a breakup on our feed, on our picture. We are just sitting in a little bit of a position here, but I'm sure it'll be sorted out soon. But yes, I wanted to just take a look if there is little calves here in this breeding herd. I'm just hoping to see that excitement when they see the water for the morning. They come stomping down to have a drink. But they are slowly, looks like a herd. Yeah. I think they're going to come when they appear around that bush. We can just take a look at it as soon as they come around that bush. Here they come. Yeah, Natty is the exciting water walk. Yeah, for sure, Natty. I love it. It's like you can just see they're so excited just to get down to the water itself, and And especially the young ones, I love that excitement. It's nice how they just all come out as a family. Just out of the water. Watch it, look at them. Look at them. You can even that little one, watch, she's like, yes, look at him. Excitement in the air. Oh, this is the best part. Even those females shaking that head like on a move, really want to get there. Oh, isn't this so precious? It's just, I love elephants. I just cannot get enough of them. I don't think I'll ever. A big gull at the back there on the right hand side. The little one's coming, following mom. It's like, yes. So this is a whole family. So they're all pretty much related with the elephants. All aunts and grannies, sisters, mothers, daughters. They're all very much related. Let's see if they can now get into this water time. Girls are all trying to find their best spot. And that little one's struggling to get through the mud. I can imagine a whole lot of divots in the mud there created by other elephants. But all following this female, so she must be the matriarch. Just thinking that just the way they're following her, you know, it's like they're putting all their trust in that she'll take them to the right spot. There you go. That little one is going to go straight into the water. I love sometimes those youngsters will plonk the entire head into the water. Yeah, there it is. Not even using the trunk sometimes, just put the entire face into the water. Oh, they're using their trunk. There you go. Angela, no, I don't think the youngsters can influence. No, they won't influence they won't influence the matriarch on where to go. So she's the one that will decide on the position. These little ones are just having absolutely a ball here. But it's all to the matriarch. She's the leader. She decides everything. They will follow. They won't influence anything. Alright, well, we're going to have a whole lot of elephant bums now. Well, that's fine. And get these little ones going to be quite entertaining next to us. For those two small ones, maybe about like a year and a half. I think about a year and a half. You can see they really can reach mom's belly. So they're not that like young, like a year and younger. A year and younger is that they can pretty much fit under mom's belly without even touching mom's belly. Well, plonk the face in. Oh, yes, get there, get to your friend. He's noticed us. And sometimes I love these youngsters. They'll actually, when they start drinking like this, sometimes the young little calves will actually go and roll around on the side of the water, the water edge here, and then they'll actually try and get nice and wet all over the show. Because it's easy for youngsters to lie down compared to the older ones. A little bit more accessible because of their weight. The little one's just like throwing water out. It's just chucking it to the side. Ay. They are, they are funny. Sorry, but these calves are always the most entertaining little things ever. And just like little kids. Just like little kids. And like in the bathtub, heating all the water out, splashing the entire bathroom full of water. I want this other one just to move because these little ones are going to be quite entertaining here. Because there's one on the far right, the little youngster on the far right just absolutely was having a ball with the water and just chucking it all over his friend's back. Jackie, I'm very, very glad that you can also enjoy this just as much as we do. And it is definitely a daily fix for good old elephants. Look at that one with his face in there, getting in. And I can just watch him for hours. Well, we have, and I can. And I will always just watch him for hours because I think one thing with elephants, they are never short of entertainment. Never. And especially when there's little calves involved, and then there's always something happening, just like little kids. And look at these two, they know it's little two that's just up to so much mischief, yeah. That was the other day we had like a little one like this, just didn't want to leave the water and Mom wanted to go and that little one's like, no, I'm playing in the water and I'll be the last one. And Mom's like, no, you got to go. And a whole lot of screaming and crying happening. Almost like at the sea, the little one is like trying to do something, build a sandcastle there on the side. Trying to do something around the water areas or water edges. Oh, what have you got in your mouth? A rock there. You got like a huge rock in your mouth. What? Look at that. He's got it like... He's like, well, I'm going to chew on a rock today. Oh, my word. He wants to pick it up again. Rockefeller. That's definitely a Rockefeller, that one. No, he's struggling to get hold of it again. He's trying. You're going to get it, you're going to do it. No, it's not grass, no, it's not leaves, it's not vegetation. Maybe teething, maybe he wants to just kind of rub his gums a little bit, I don't know. That's very strange. I think it's more play than anything else. He's just taken interest in a rock. Has he got it again? He does. No, he doesn't. I think he's given up on the rock. Definitely our rock star for the morning. Ha ha ha. Of course, a big male that's just come here now. He's full of mud. He's going to cause a little bit of mischief here with these females. Look at him. Look at what are you doing? Why don't you just rather go and use a tree? Don't use one of the ladies here. She's not going to be too happy with that. He's coming to shove his weight here in between this herd. He's already had his fair share of water and of course a good old mud bath. Nathan, yeah, that is. I mean, like, that was very strange to see an elephant, like, you know, picking up the rock. And I see that little one's still kind of inquisitive, you know, and he's still trying to get to that rock there. You can see at the bottom. He's still trying to, it's really strange. I mean, I know geophagia is pretty much where they eat the rocks and, like, swallow pebbles and all that, just for digestive, so for their digestive system and that. But to really kind of, for them kind of picking up such a big rock itself, it's interesting. And to hold it in its mouth. But I think it's more like a play. It's just playtime. You can see it's going down again. Let's see if he's going to come right this time.
Is it a rock or was it stone?
It looked like a rock to me. It was very square and flat. Eh? Even when it dropped it as well, it had a little bit of a thud there. Oof, I can see. She's urinating. Of course, this male is sniffing now. He's going to put his trunk in his mouth and he's going to send that scent over that gland that's under his palate. You can see him just sniffing around where she urinated. And he's just testing, just to see if she's maybe in heat or not. But he's not in must, so it's not really going to do much anyway. Alright, well, it looks like Nick has come right with those buffalo that's went down to the waterhole. And, yeah, while we sit here with these elephants, let's go down to Nick. See what's happening that side.
Thanks, Cedric. Yeah, so our herd of buffalo has come to the mud wallow. It's very interesting. They went to a certain mud wallow before they got to this one. They obviously decided it wasn't good. You know, in terms of size, it was a whole lot smaller than this one. And now, this is the sort of the first part of the herd that has got you. You can see we've got a nice big bull in the center here in the front. He is really owning that waterhole. And the vast majority of the herd still does have to come to this little mud wallow here. So space is all good for the moment. Everybody's lounged out, everybody's taking it easy. But we might see everybody kind of jostling for position every now and then, as more and more individuals do start to make their way down here. And it seems to be like the water is the place to be today, you know, between Cedric's elephants and these buffalo here. Pretty understandable if it's as hot as it is. See that shame, that one female getting a bit of a fright. But that bull having a good roll over there.
You're chilling, eh?
Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see now, because the rest of the herd is not far away now, maybe only about 40 meters or so. So it's going to be interesting to see if any of these females get up. You can see on the right hand side of the waterhole, there we go, there's one of the younger buffalo there. So I assume that this younger one is more than likely going to have to make some space pretty soon for these other buffalo that are starting to come in. Here's the first one or two starting to come. This female on the left here, when she turns towards us, look on the right hand side of her face as she turns towards us. She's got a whole lot of water and mud on her mouth there. I hope she had her eyes closed when she went in the water, otherwise she's more than likely got a whole lot of sand particles and things like that there now. But this bull closest to us is loving life. He's not even moving his head around. He is just passed out. But you can see how nice and full this waterhole is now, this mud wallow, after all of the rain that we've had. Roman, there is a hierarchy in terms of obviously pathfinders determining movement of the herd and things like that, but it's less strict in terms of a hierarchy compared to other species. In terms of who's going to wallow first and get the big spots, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be size, you know, kind of bullying your way into the spot that you want. You know, you think of the hierarchy of like a pride of lions, or even within something like a pack of African wild dogs. Hyena clans, there's going to be a lot more of a set structure there. So it's pretty relaxed with these buffalo. You know, you think of if this was maybe a clan of hyena, if there was a low-ranking male lying in this waterhole and that female wanted the spot, remember every female outranking every male in the hyena society, that male would have to get up and offer his position. What an incredible scene though. Look at that buffalo in the water. It's managed to get a little bit of mud stuck on the hook of its horn there. And the rest of the herd is still coming, just kind of slowly feeding as they do move in the direction of this mud wallow. So the water is definitely the place to be. I mean, I'm literally just going to sit here and wait for the rest of the herd to come. Look at this. We've got buffalo wallowing here, going all the way in. This is absolutely incredible. Okay, our big bull has roused from his slumber. I feel like he's more than likely still going to just stay in that water. It's a big animal, that one. You know, he has been in there for a while, but I feel like he's not going to be too willing to give up his spot. Look at this, there are more and more coming down.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth matters.
So with the rest of the herd starting to make their approach, we do have one or two of the younger calves that have still got to get here. And it'll be interesting to see if those younger calves do get involved and stuck into the water like everybody else. But that's still going to take them a little bit of time before they do get down to this wallow here. But I think for now, let's take you to Alex in Okukuyo and see what he's got.
Thanks, Nick. And some different scenes, rather contrasting ones at that. Very dry, lovely concrete that is all about you. Adam Storks here in good numbers once again. Zebra numbers always kind of on that increase. Kind of wait for them to come through and then move off again. That wildebeest moving off. But the stork numbers definitely starting to kind of ebb off. So interesting to see. Of course, it still only is past 11 and we have a number of hours to wait and see if the numbers do swell. Always nice to come back out like this just to get a perspective as to how many may be around. There's of course one springbok that's just beneath us. It seems the wind also slowly picking up as the day gets longer and hotter. Let's try to get a better look at the zebra. And also just wait to see if any of these storks are up to much. A little bit of preening, the odd one kind of scourging around. We've got a second harem coming down to us. I'm really hoping for some more gemsbok. It does seem the wind is up, and perhaps that might also mean that the numbers of wildlife also kind of drop a little bit. Again, remains to be seen. So that earlier vocal of all the different European bee-eaters, red-billed spurfowl, the sandgrass, the guinea fowl, all kind of dying off at the moment. We're yet to hear any Cape crows. I do have a feeling they will be out and about though. Of course, rather noisy. I'm still also waiting to hear some of the other favorites, the mourning dove. Whoever else may decide to come through. No doubt a couple of weavers also about. And the odd starling. It seems that the springbok are the most kind of comfortable at the moment, wading right in. And zebra also just taking the opportunity to immerse themselves in this water, but also just relax, get a good drink on. I think then head off for a nice graze. Hi Gary, something that's also been on the mind, although we do see some of the storks drinking, we do see some of them also foraging about and preening, and the vast majority, at least of those that are with us at the moment, have taken the opportunity to rest up. Also because a number of animals also don't necessarily have to rely on water. They can derive a daily amount, daily water amount that they would need also from the food that they take. That's not necessarily the case with these storks. They probably would have been foraging though earlier on in the morning hours, so I would say from around sunrise kind of through to mid-morning, focusing very much then on getting that calorie intake of the day right in. So it's quite possible that they would have substituted a bit of that moisture intake off of that. And no doubt as they kind of move around, one or two will drink. I think perhaps before they fly off later on in the afternoon. Also kind of stocking up before the evening. Of course, each animal different, and every one of them with their own abilities. And of course, adaptations that do assist them living in the wilderness and in wild areas, of course. The wind definitely starting to pick up. You can hear it. And I think that's probably why we have less vocals from the other birds around. Kind of counterproductive if you are using energy to kind of scream at the top of your lungs, and the wind is going to be holding that off, kind of not allowing that to happen. So best to rather keep quiet. It's also been quite fascinating having had all these zebra around of late. Just come back out. The wind is picking up. With all the zebra being around of late, though, picking up on the number of foals that have also been out and about for us, and they really are quite cute, little zebra foals. Bali, thank you so much for your question. And I think this is kind of just a migratory flock itself. When they do kind of get back up and kind of start to migrate in the next few weeks or so, they might spread out, move into different areas. It does depend on food resources. It's quite possible for them to hang within the kind of flock system. They do roost in a flock system. And quite possible that these will return to the same area, but they may disperse as well. So it all comes really down to the food resources and that might be available on the other end of that migration. Of course, an intra-African migration, so they'll just be going above the equator into West Africa, kind of hanging throughout the Sahel. So I suppose a number of different kind of variables to take a look at. But to my understanding, they probably will kind of fly off and stick within this system, this flock system, at least until they get back up past the equator and kind of spread out again from there, and then kind of all spool together, moving back down again later on in the year. At least that's my thinking. It could be quite off, but that to me would make the most sense. It looks like we've got one lone wildebeest coming down now. A couple more zebra from where it has come down from. It's kind of a never-ending relay of herbivores. So it seems that a number of the zebra are being passed by other harems on their way down to drink. A little bit of perhaps socialization that goes on between them. And hoping for some gemsbok to come through as well. There would also be a great addition at the moment, although we can't complain. We do have quite a fair amount going on. And we'll just have to wait till the zebra get down. That wildebeest won't spend all of its time here at the water. Not as dependent on water as the zebra are.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So the zebra have played ball with us. They have descended upon the waterhole in good numbers. Time for us just to sit back, enjoy them, no doubt. Bit of argy-bargy to go on, perhaps a little bit of vocalization at some point. 1 or 2 springboks still here, and the Adams storks ever present. So always special scenes, lovely to sit here with all the zebra. It is time for us to shoot across to Madikwe and see what those elephants are up to.
Yes, well, we are still sitting here with this beautiful family of elephants that's still enjoying the dam. Still the same herd. Of course, we still got those 2 little ones that we can't see now, but they are there somewhere. Being very mischievous, and this being naughty, as little ones are, playing around and doing their thing. And the rest of the family just slowly moving along. I think, oh, there's the one, sorry, oh, I didn't see it there. So you've got the one little naughty one there on the one side, but his buddy in crime is somewhere else, I think a little bit further up. And it was actually quite entertaining just watching the 2 of them just now, causing a little bit of problems and running up and down and being youngsters. A little scratch, yes. Sometimes, like, the trunk is so new to them. Look, they can start using their trunks properly to around about, they say about 6 months. They can start really picking things, sucking water properly through their trunk, and squirting it into their mouth. But usually before then, it's like just a loose thing. They don't know what to do with it. So, but of course, these 2 youngsters are just over a year old, and of course they are so inquisitive on what's this in front of them. Like this long hanging thing that's coming from their face. So sometimes they just like let it dangle and flop around. It's quite funny. It looks like the family's now all got together. It looks like they've had their fair share of water and a bit of a nice bath. Now I think it's time for them to start moving slowly away and start heading into the thicker areas to go and feed. Elephants have to eat at least about 85% of their 24-hour day. I don't think it's instinctually. I think there has to be a little bit of I can say guidance to entering water. I think a little one that just goes in, it's just going to start sinking and all that. So I think there has to be a way of them kind of learning from the older ones what to do and how to go through water areas. The big thing I see in it, look, I saw this. I've actually got a video on it. I saw this happening 2 years ago in the Sabi River, not Sabi River, the Sand River. And what happened is that the river was flowing quite a bit, and they had a calf of maybe about a year old, maybe just less than a year, and the whole family was going through the river, and of course this little one was trying to keep up with mom's, pretty much holding mom's tail, of course, with its trunk. And once it went into the river, like halfway, when it became quite deep, that little one just disappeared. Went underwater, gone. We didn't see it. And I was like, of course, my guests all went like, oh no, and I was worried for the little one. And next moment, maybe about like 10 meters, 15 meters down the stream or down the river, the little one pops up again and goes under again. Eventually, of course, mom realized that the calf, youngster, was not behind her anymore. So, of course, she was all in distress. She kind of went down the river trying to get to the calf. And of course followed by 2 or 3 of the older ones as well to assist her to recover that calf. And eventually she used her trunk. They got to that area, used her trunk, lifted the calf out of the water, and actually kind of assisted it back to the edge of the river itself. And then of course the little one was safe and sound. So it just showed you that little one did not know how to swim at all. They had no idea what to do. And I think Mom pushed it a little bit too much, or the matriarch going through that river, not realizing that this youngster was not going to make it across. So, but luckily it ended up all good and well, and roses and blossoms and butterflies. So yes. But definitely I think they do learn from the elders. That's what I love about elephants. It's all about teaching. It's about learning from the elders and teaching the youngsters. And I think that's so important. That's why I love elephants. I think it almost reminds me of us humans. You know, if we don't have any parental support and guidance and discipline, eventually, you know, we become, I'm not saying problem children, it's just we miss out on a few fundamental things in life. And I think that's just exactly with elephants that they need to understand from the elders as well. So I thought there was an elephant behind me, but it's not. Alright, looks like, as I say, they are moving away. Still got this one, of course, a male. He's not going to join them. As you know, males, they don't move with the herds, the older males. They tend to just rather hang back. I think he's just going to still enjoy this mud. Have a little bit more of a mud bath. Scratching his eye as well. Oh, look at that trunk. Just working around his head. I think he's just feeling where's wet. Is it wet there? Did I reach my head? Can I reach there? Maybe I must throw some mud onto that part. Alright, well, we're going to sit here, definitely, and see what else is going to come down here. While we do that, let's head over to old Nick, as he is sitting with the beautiful Cape buffalo.
Okay, our buffaloes have kind of slowly moved off from that little waterhole. Everybody's had their mud wallow that they want, their mud wallow that they need. And interestingly, it's not like they're actually really caked in mud or anything like that. You know, a lot of them have had a mud wallow, but not really that thick smattering that I guess we so often associate with mud wallowing. It looks like I'd say they're going to settle down somewhere around here. You know, they've had a pretty consistent movement for most of the morning, and now it looks like they are starting to slow down just a little bit. Hear some vervet monkeys alarm calling off in the distance. I'm not too sure what's got them a little bit frustrated. But you can see behind all of these buffalo there's still plenty of eland and blesbok and things like that down there. So our nice peaceful scenes here at Kariega continue. Got a little warthog. Off she scampers. A short and brief little stint. See those warthog getting the attention of this buffalo here on the left hand side. haven't really seen too many giraffe for the past sort of 2 or 3 days. So remember this morning, if you were with us during our sunrise safari, we did have one single giraffe, kind of just its neck poking out of the thickets. We didn't really get a very clear view of it. And other than that, giraffe's been a little tricky to find over the past sort of day or two. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know, sometimes all the animals are out, other times it's a bit tougher to get. Well, you see, they've really allowed me to get in and amongst the herd here, which is really nice. You know, it's not all the time that you do get such relaxed animals. And we have spent the better part of the day with them, you know. It's we've seen them feeding, we've seen them resting, seen them kind of marching towards the waterhole, mud bathing, so we really had a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Yeah, there's one of the big bulls here on the right hand side. Look at that. Covered in mud at the back there, and he is loving life. He's putting a show on for us. So often what you do find is those bigger, older bulls like that one we're watching there, trying to get a bit of vegetation material and even mud and things like that stuck on their horns, almost like a passive way of telling other males that they're the big boys. So that was a really interesting little bit of behavior to see. And I can hear the alarm call of an oxpecker as well. So there must be an oxpecker in and amongst this herd of buffalo somewhere. I'm scanning from individual to individual. I can't seem to spot it for the moment. But it is here somewhere. I can hear it. It's got that very distinctive, almost like a type of trill. Nice view of the whole surrounding area here as well, with those kind of steep hills in the background there. This oxpecker has got me a bit baffled. It sounds like it's coming from the left-hand side of where we're looking at. There's still 1 or 2 more buffaloes to the left of the frame. I just can't seem to see it. It's been a few days since we've seen one. You know, it's definitely been a while. It would be lovely to be able to see one kind of combing through all of that fur, pulling out some of the ticks and things like that. Sounds like it's potentially coming from this group here, I'd say. Oh, there. It just flew off of this group. There it is, sitting right on top of this female. Look at that. Okay, it just jumped off the top of her back. Look, can't see it for the moment, but it should pop up around the neck region or the head or something like that. There it is, just jumped from the youngster. Seems like there might actually be 2 or 3 of them kind of flittering all around there. So success at last. I knew it. I could hear them. I just couldn't see them. Look at that. Even though that we know that they're there, when they're kind of not silhouetted against the body there, very difficult to actually see them. But it looks like there might be 2, even maybe 3 of them. Little calf is quite accepting of those little oxpeckers landing on it and trying to find themselves some food. Jake, they are able to hunt in the grass, but in terms of the niche that they've filled, they're largely relying on a lot of the herbivores in terms of pulling ticks. They're even eating little bits of kind of like congealed blood and things like that. So they're largely relying a lot more on herbivores, but they will take a little insect or two for sure. So remember, the most common species of oxpecker will be the red-billed oxpecker. The other one is the yellow-billed oxpecker. It's definitely a lot harder to find. Their distribution isn't as widespread as that red-billed oxpecker. Oxpecker's playing a little bit hard to get now, hard to actually see them here. But I'm going to bide my time, see if we can get another view of them. But it's incredible to see the amount of species that are actually around and about here. Look at this. If I focus on this group of buffalo here and I focus in the distance, look at all of those impala that we've got down there. They are everywhere. Looks like a few Nyala bulls on the left hand side there. So I mean, there really is no shortage of species out and about in these clearings here today. There's a nice little family portrait. Everybody is happy and content. But even though you look at buffalo like this and you think, oh, they're relaxed animals, you know, they're not going to do much damage. I mean, there's a bit of adrenaline flowing through the system of a buffalo. You know, you think of a male being sort of 700-800 kilos. It can do some serious damage. You know, you think of all of the interactions from documentaries, and maybe if you've even been lucky enough to see it between lions and buffalo, you can see it's not a species of animal that you've got to take too lightly. You know, you go and speak to a lot of trackers from different lodges and things like that, and the last thing that they want to surprise or come across without them knowing that it's there is a buffalo. You know, you look at something like lions and leopards and things like that, even elephant. If you know what to look for, they give you plenty of signs that they're just not happy with you. They just don't want you there. Buffalo give you less signs. You know, and then compounded on that, those older buffalo bulls, their fuse is so short, you know. And that shorter fuse with the fact that their senses aren't as good as what they once were makes them very cranky, very unreliable animals in terms of when they do get a little bit older. Yeah, so like I was saying, it looks like the majority of our herd has started to settle down, and almost in little pockets. Like we can see these 4 individuals have got their own little group going. There's lots of different pockets all around, and everybody's kind of spread within a 60-meter area or so, 50-meter area, but within all of these distinctive little pockets. It's been interesting to see how Scotia Dam has been relatively quiet today. Haven't spent too much time there, but maybe later on I'll swing past there and see if anybody is around and about. You can see in the background there's lots of eland that we've got, and 1 or 2 impalas as well. 12 o'clock or so, so a little bit later on in the day that these buffalo have finally decided to kind of settle down. Remember this morning it was very chilly here at Kariega, so the buffalo got up and moving a whole lot later than usual. And obviously they wanted to give themselves a good amount of time to actively feed, get in some new feeding material into the system. And now that they've had a nice drink, a nice mud wallow, they're settling down. There's a little calf here. Let me see if I can show this to you. Look at this little one. He was lying kind of flat on his side while I was panning across. Let's see if he does it again. But he's found himself a lovely little position there. And nice to see sort of age and developmental differences in terms of the stages. That very young one we can see in the foreground, that's this year's youngster. Still a pretty small one, maybe a month and a half or so. And then that one directly behind it will now be around a year old. So that'll be last year's generation. It's amazing how the animals can come to a conclusion like this, that it's time for everybody to kind of just settle down, you know, without any type of audible communication. You know, you think of with humans, you know, 99% of communication in terms of getting across what you want to say is by speaking it, you know. You know, obviously your body language gives off a lot, but I mean, you look at the buffalo, there wasn't a single vocalization that was given off, and everybody just knew this is the spot, this is where we're settling down. And it wasn't like one or two of them had walked off and they kind of had to come back and, alright, you know, I'll come and join you guys if this is where we're going to be settling down. You look at other species like elephants, you know, same thing. You look at some of the communication amongst the elephants. So, I mean, for us, we're only really hearing a smaller percentage of the vocalizations. The majority of the vocalizations from those elephants is at frequencies that we just can't hear. And if you think of the sort of the long traveling distance of that furthest traveling type of call, it's going between 7 and 8 kilometers. You know, and most of it being sent by vibrations through the ground, so you can kind of understand that in an area like where we are, not specifically with this herd of buffalo, but the predominant biome here being the Albany thicket biome, how important that does become, you know, because it is so thick and it really allows for those communications to travel a really long distance. It seems like a lot of our other species of animals have also had enough time down by the mud wallows or the water holes or wherever they've been. It seems like a lot of the different species are kind of settling down and taking it easy. Yeah, you can see in the background plenty of species here. No one's really moving around and about too much now. Everybody's really taking it easy, and it always amazes me how everybody's resting here in the open area. No one's heading down to the Kariega River, you know. It's going to be cool down there. There's lots of shade down there. Everybody's really happy to rest up here in the middle of the open area. I mean, obviously there is that whole debate about, yes, it is obviously safer in the open area, but it sometimes does boggle my mind. There is a bit of a breeze that's picked up in the last maybe 20 minutes or so that's going to help them a little bit. But I mean, I would be one of the first animals that if I was out here, I would decide that's it. I'm calling it quits, I'm heading to the shade. I think if I had to be an animal, I would choose to be a hippo. Hippos have got a sweet lifestyle. It's hot, everybody else is sweating, they're trying to stay cool, thermoregulating. The hippo's just swimming around in the water, taking it easy. He's a big animal, obviously the water's helping him to take a lot of that weight off of his feet and things like that. He is just winning at life. Comes out at night time to do his thing when it's nice and cool. He's got his head screwed on right. Mike, I have not seen the buffalo wallowing in the Kariega River. I've only seen them up here in these open clearings. Remember the Kariega River, it's very thick lining the banks there of that river, and also it does become a little bit steeper, which might be a little tricky for the youngsters, but it's also potentially a lot more dangerous than wallowing here. I think here where they are, the wallows are also pretty shallow, so they know that there's good footing there. I mean, I haven't been into the Kariega River myself, but I'd imagine it'll be relatively deep. So no, I think the buffalo would only go and wallow in the Kariega River if all of the rest of these water sources dried up. Scotia Dam is still holding a really good amount of water. We've got plenty of these other mud wallows. I kind of assume, and I would say it's a pretty good bet to think that once we do head into like the middle of the dry season in winter, that a lot of our mud wallows are going to dry up, but the Scotia Dam, I would say, is going to stay full of water. There's a good amount of water in there. We've obviously had lots of plentiful rains, so I don't think that available surface water is going to be a problem. I don't think anything is going to drive these buffalo down to the river there all too quickly. But at the same time, I mean, the Kariega River is slow flowing. It's not like it's a pumping river. And with all of that vegetation around there, that helps to slow the river down even more. It makes it very productive for other species. You think of your Cape Clawless otter, a very secretive little animal. It'll move around and about the edges of the thickets there, looking for a few fish, cracking open a few freshwater mussels, probably eating a few freshwater crabs as well. I've driven past the river a few times, and I've had a good look out for, I've kept a good look out for any signs of those Cape Clawless otter, but I haven't seen any. I've chatted to the rangers here at Kariega, and they've definitely seen them down there a few times. But you know how it goes. You get your camera with you and you just won't see them. The time that you don't have your camera with you, they'll be doing the backstroke in the middle of the river.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get quizzed with.
I mean, you must remember that along with those wildebeest, there's plenty of zebra that go as well. Something that I'm still yearning to see, but I'll get there one day. I think for now, while our buffaloes snooze the midday heat away, let's take you across to Cedric, who's got a little bit of action for us down at the waterhole.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Definitely the migration. To see that must be something spectacular. But as you can see, we've got an elephant, and look what has joined us. 2 secretary birds. Can you believe it? They just appeared over the wall, onto the dam wall, and here they are. Can you believe this? How amazing is this? These secretary birds are absolutely stunning. Look at those legs. They're so, they're like so long. And it looks like they're wearing those pedal pusher jeans pants back in the 90s. Those jeans that went halfway down for the ladies, just below the knee. Oh, we're getting chased there. But of course, these secretary birds, of course, roaming most of the day on the ground, looking for anything like snakes, rodents, any opportunity, even little birds if they can. Definitely looks like a male and female together. But you can see they're just searching every little spot here. Maybe if they're lucky to get something coming out. But look. It's like hunting in pairs. Sorry, I just heard a warthog scream. I thought the elephant stood on a warthog there, but wasn't the case. But secretary birds, I mean, they are just something unique. I mean, I just love watching them. I've seen once where a secretary bird killed a scrub hare on Arathusa airstrip many years ago, and it was quite a sighting. So definitely nice just to see them. How they kill the snakes as well. They stomp them with those talons of theirs, and try and stomp them to death. And of course with very sharp beaks. But maybe he's going to go for a little bit of a drink, eh? Diana, definitely. I mean, secretary birds coming for a drink. Look at this. I mean, this is something amazing. I've never seen this before. Never seen this before. How they scoop the water up. I'm trying to figure, it looks like maybe the male might be the one on the left. It's difficult to tell just by the face, a reddish face, a much larger section of the face is covered in that red area. So look carefully here. Definitely much brighter as well. So it looks like the male on the left hand side. Because the face is definitely much redder compared to the female. Almost looks like they're playing lawn bowls. It reminds me of my mother when she goes down to roll the bowl. Looks like they go down like the lawn bowls. And there's a few reasons why they call it a secretary bird. I don't know what's really the true fact of it, but first of all, they say the feathers on the head, they've got those long feathers on the head like a crest. Almost looks like a secretary with, of course, all her little kind of, I can say, pins and that's in her hair, sitting behind her desk. Well, they also say that, of course, those pants, as I said, the pedal pusher pants, that goes pretty much just there at the knees. Of course, I know it used to be quite a in thing. Yeah, ladies used to always wear those half jeans. And then the third one, I think, is because when they nest right on top of the tree itself, it's almost like a secretary at the desk. You know, you're sitting on top, then you know, you're watching it, all your customers that's sitting around you, or your clients. But now, which one is true? Which one is true? Maybe all of them. Doing it at the same time. Synchronized drinking. But these kind of habitats is perfect for them. They like these big open plains, open clearings. And this is a perfect kind of area for them. And just like where you see like the Kori bustards, the ostriches, they all like those big open plains areas. Just by sitting at this dam, we've been surprised by the Tessa bee, surprised by these secretary birds, some beautiful elephant action, thousands of warthogs. I know that in Amakhala down in the Eastern Cape, they had the secretary birds that raised those, I think, was it 2 or 3 young? Not too sure. I think it was 2 at the end, but it started off with 3. Don't leave me behind. Yeah, that was quite amazing to see that. Oh, so thank you there, Max. So they've found another nesting pair with a young one this week. Oh, that's fantastic. Gee, definitely, it looks like Amakhala is definitely known for its secretary birds. Oh, the juvenile. Okay. But clearly, of course, they're going to go back straight into the grassy areas, and that's a perfect place for them just to find anything. LG7, I think that one is a male. That one that we got in frame at the moment, because that's definitely the one that's, the face is much redder. It's got the longer tail. It just seems like it's a little bit more striking. The other one, the other one is a little bit, like, not to say less striking, but it's just, looks like it's even got like a white tip on its tail. I don't know. No, it's just, I'll assume, I don't want to go, I'll assume maybe that is just, one is male, one is female. It might even be completely wrong. It could be one is a female, and the other one could be the sub-adult. So, but they do at night time, of course. During the day, going on the ground, like roaming like this, and you'll find night times they will roost in the trees. That's for safety. And they've got this beautiful nest that's situated on top of the canopies of trees, and it's absolutely so stunning to see that. But yeah, that's why I say, Namakala, they're very fortunate seeing those secretary birds as often as they do. Wonderful. What a great surprise. Oh, I was actually hoping that we are going to just see maybe a hunt from them, maybe chasing after something. It is always quite fascinating watching them chase after their prey. Almost knocking it with those long legs of theirs. Vincent, they do very much look quite majestic. They are. I mean, like from where we are, they're tall. I mean, secondary birds are quite, they're quite tall. I'm trying to think that the size of them is around about, I think, 3 kgs to 5 kilograms. So 3 to 5 kgs. So that's quite heavy for that bird. 3 to 5 kgs, but not as heavy as your Kori bastard, which is like 15 kilograms. So that is quite a difference. I mean, these secondary birds, they can also stand up to about 1.5 meters. It looks like they have disappeared now. Alright, well, we're just going to sit here and enjoy this male elephant, his company, as he is just going to be, well, he's just standing in the mud. He hasn't been doing much. He's just been standing there and watching everything else come down to drink and move off again. Maybe he's sleeping. It's like me, I used to fall asleep in the bath many years ago. It is nice. I wake up with the bath water being a little bit colder, yeah. But that's alright. Nothing better than falling asleep in the bath. He's allowed to. The zebra's got a bit of a fright there, no idea why. It's just our lonely elephant bull that's just now decided to be all by himself around this dam. Yeah, so of course Nick was talking about those buffaloes and encounters, and of course something that of course all guides do not want to have that experience. So one of my craziest experiences with a buffalo was many years ago. Of course, my tracker Norman and myself, we were on foot, and we were trying to follow up on a pride of lions. Of course, I guess remaining on the vehicle, Norman and myself went on foot, and we walked into the bush, walked on this game trail that was pretty much heading down towards one of the dams called Big Dam. And we followed the trails. Beautiful lion tracks are fresh, now all of a sudden your senses are so kind of worked up and, honed into everything. Noise, smells, sights, anything. So of course all the senses are so kind of pushed up at that point in time. And Norman was ahead of me, and we're walking, and I'm thinking, I feel this moment's coming where we're going to walk into this pride of lions, and continued in this bush, walking. And next moment we heard this rustling, and I was like just to the, like in front of us, but to the one side. And Norman says, yeah, I'm sure these lions are here, but it's very funny. Why is this like a very funny noise coming through these bushes? And the next moment he looked again. He has this big male buffalo. Of course, now he is totally upset because the lion scent is all over the show, because it's fresh lion spurs, so that lion scent is all over the show. So of course this buffalo now sees red, just sees red. So of course now Norman and myself, we were the two that were pretty much now covered in red, for this buffalo. And of course this buffalo saw us, and he's like, that's it. So he came full tilt, charging at us like no man's seen before. He came at us. So of course first thing we checked, luckily at that point in time there was a apple leaf that was situated about maybe 10 meters from us. And this apple leaf wasn't the biggest of apple leaves. It was a very kind of flimsy tree. But Norman and myself, of course, we looked at this and we checked the buffalo. He's like, nah. So of course Norman ran to the tree. I was after Norman. He climbed that tree as quick as a tree squirrel. He was on top. Of course this tree kind of bending a little bit. Luckily Norman was quite light. He was a light guy. And I jumped into the tree. I climbed quickly. I mean, the first branch was already about my head, the height of my head. So it was quite tall. It wasn't easy to climb. But I did the gecko, like up that tree so quickly. And I was just below Norman. Luckily, I was about maybe 2.5, 3 meters above the ground in this tree, in this flimsy apple leaf tree. And I think this apple leaf tree was kind of bending over a little bit. And this buffalo came right to the bottom of this tree. And of course, it stayed at the tree, snorting, doing that because now he's upset. Because now he smells lion and he thinks we are lion. So he's snorting, he's going crazy, he's like practically looking up at us. And Norman and myself are just hugging this tree. And we sat in that tree for at least about maybe 15 to 20 minutes. We could not come down because that buffalo would not move. That single male would just stay at the bottom of the tree, like he'll move a little bit away and he'll come back again. Move a little bit away and he'll come back again. So we had to sit, we couldn't do anything. We sat in that tree for like 15, 20 minutes. Eventually, that male buffalo decided to, okay, well, you know what? He's not going to continue his mad mission here. And he turned around and off he went. Disappeared into the bush. Of course, first thing, Norman and myself climbed down the tree, went straight back to the vehicle. Of course, now this is now half an hour later. Half an hour later, we got back to the vehicle. So, of course, my guests are like, did you find the lions? So we're like, it's like, we didn't find the lions, but unfortunately we did find a buffalo on foot, and we do apologize, and that's the reason why we took so much time getting back to the vehicle, because that buffalo treed us for quite some time. So do apologize. And people are like, oh, yeah, it's like, yep, that's the story. So, yep. Never trust a buffalo. One thing about a buffalo, make sure that if you do find one, make sure that you can outsmart it, run behind a termite mound, behind a tree, climb a tree. There's a Cape buffalo. Something that you don't want to play with while you're on foot, especially an old male buffalo. and there's lines sent all over the show. Yeah, that is definitely a recipe for a train smash and a disaster. Oh, look at this. Look what we have coming down. Wonderful. Some more elephants. Hello. Of course, we're going to get some more excitement here. Lolly, yes, no, definitely. Well, all waterholes are fantastic on days like this. All the time. You just sit and just watch things come down, different things. It's lovely. It's lovely. When I did my Fugasa years ago in 2005, I was sitting on the Crocodile River, a thing called as hippo pools. A lot of hippos there. Sat there and I just sat and I did all my studies while I was sitting in my car the whole day. The next day I came, did the same thing. You know, did all my theory in the car, watching over a waterhole or a dam, a river. So yeah, and I saw such amazing things. So yeah, definitely consider these dams the whole day. Little one coming in there. Oh, he's already full of mud. Looks like he fell with his face already into the mud. Cute. What an old female. You can see that female. Nice, and that head is very nice. Those indentations on the temple is quite deep. Good little female. That definitely must probably be the matriarch, because it's usually the oldest and the most experienced one will lead them and understand this area and understand more than the others. Don't get stuck in that, little one. Don't get stuck. A lot of people always ask, do elephants ever get stuck in this mud? Yes, for sure they did. Well, not these ones. For sure they do. I was watching that video the other day with that mom and a calf that was stuck in the mud. I'm not too sure in what area that was, but luckily a lot of the local rangers and volunteers came to assist to actually pull those two elephants out of the mud. And of course they reunited with the rest of the herd, which was very nice. But just watching this. But if any of you've got beautiful videos or clips of animals and interesting sightings that you do want to share with us, please send that through to, of course, our website, that is wildearth.tv, and just go onto the content. Just click on the content button, and then, of course, you'll get more info through that. And there is prizes to be won and money to be made. So please send that through to us, and as well as your credits will be shown on the Wild Earth shows where we show your clip.
On April 27th, Wild Earth will be celebrating a very special birthday. It's our Sweet 16. We want to celebrate you, our viewers who have been with us every step of the way.
I just appreciate you so much.
Send in your birthday wishes so we can include you in the celebrations. Video yourself saying happy birthday to Wild Earth with a short note and share them with us on birthday@wildearth.
Now it looks like they're all lathing their skin with this mud. Definitely just to keep nice and cool for the rest of the day, protect their skin, keep it in good condition. Oh, and you can see she's just kind of shaking it up a bit. And they do it many times just to kind of get that real wet, sloppy mud. Just perfect. Alright, well, we are just going to, slowly we have to start making our way a little bit further south. Well, while we're going to be doing that, let's head over to Okakuyo with Alex.
Thanks, Cedric. And yes, awesome scenes down there in Madikwe and some awesome scenes here in Okakuyo. Did just hear the first of those Cape Crows for the day. There you go. Definitely didn't want to miss out on the action. And it's kind of like just waiting on zebra numbers to pick up again, but there's definitely a number of little harems off in the distance. And I have no doubt that they will build in number. And we also have all of these springbok that are about. So lots going on. Nice just to listen to those Cape Crows. The wind is still rather heavy. I think that may have affected a number of the other rather vocal bird parties that were about earlier on today, and perhaps even a number of the Abham storks that are around as well. But good to know that the crows are around, and good to just sit back and enjoy all that zebra action. Haven't seen the entirety of the little grebe family, just saw the one grebe this morning, perhaps with it being quite windy at the moment. Just not being able to zoom in any further. I think it may be quite tough to pick up on them. So we'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps we will get a little treat. Otherwise, it will be a moment for impala or springbok, zebra. There haven't been any black-faced impala around today. Holding out for the gemsbok. Also holding out for our own ellies. That would be quite fun. But at the moment, peaceful scenes. A lot of milling about going on. All right, Jim. On your page, definitely due some Ellies. It would be fantastic to see them. We did have those 4 bulls around last week, so they really were quite fantastic. Quite fun also sitting with them and seeing how the dynamics around the waterhole then change once the Ellies are about. Haven't seen a breeding herd for some time either, so that would also be a nice surprise and change. And we were chatting earlier about perhaps being lucky enough to see some earland, but that hasn't been the case today. It's been zebra, springbok, wildebeest, and gemsbok that have treated us. So it seems like zebra holding off for a moment. There definitely will be more of them coming through. And it's just a time to, if you can, enjoy the Cape Crows. A rather ominous call. Kind of a more ominous scene, really, with these Aben storks that are about as well. So nice just to wait and see how it all will start to unfold in the moments to come. Still a fair amount of activity that is here. So that kind of choir of crows definitely getting louder and louder. It seems that practice is underway. And I thought the cloud cover would have completely burnt off by now, but clearly quite a bit around. Still holding out for perhaps some rather late rain, but some more rain would be well welcomed. Thought I just heard a parrot, and perhaps that would be a Rupel's parrot. Have to just keep the ears kind of fine-tuned for that. It'd be lovely to pick up on that. And somewhat different, that emerald spotted wood dove. We do hear pretty regularly across in Djuma, but nice to pick one up here. Not something we hear every day in Okakuyo either. Still waiting on the morning dove to come through and say hello. Otherwise, nice to pick up on the emerald spotted wood dove. So bird life definitely picking up again, and I think that's a consequence of the wind. I did just pick up on the European bee-eaters, and I think we've got some weavers that are now getting their chirp on. To me, it'll probably be social weavers. But yeah, it will be cool. If the wind does drop down, we'll then obviously hopefully pick up a lot more bird audio. And of course, also hope for a lot more herbivore action. Because the wind also kind of does push them to the thickets too. Maybe perhaps a bit cooling though. It is definitely rather warm here in Etosha. So it looks like we're slowly starting to get a little kind of, basically a dribble of zebra to dazzle us. So kind of make their way down. But it's just going to have to be one of those moments we sit back, just enjoy it, wait for them to approach. Perhaps we'll see something interesting once they are here. Hi Jane, yes, we have seen them actually roosting, kind of resting up during the day in the tree. You'll actually maybe be able to make out one or two of them. You can actually see them just on the crown. A couple of them up in that tree. And when they do roost at night, they are up in big trees. And I have seen them roosting at night. That is definitely how they kind of come in. And much the same as how they kind of descend upon us here. When you kind of see them swirling about and then getting that landing gear out, dropping to the ground, and then kind of just being stationary. That's literally the same process that is followed, except they'll then land in the tree, kind of hunker down for the evening. Still a couple of springbok though here, one or two taking advantage of the shade. It looks like one or two of the storks taking advantage of the viewpoint off the top of that camel thorn. So, still just waiting to see if the zebra will come join us. It looks like that is the case. Kind of a bit standoffish at the moment. And nothing more we can do other than just sit back and be patient and wait for them to approach. So it seems like these zebra don't really want to play ball with us. They're all kind of hanging off and even moving away. Perhaps it's the crows that are scaring them off. Although that zebra bray can definitely compete with the call of the crow. That is for sure. So I did just hear the first of those morning doves. Great to get that back on and through the earwaves and eardrum. And there is that little grebe that is now kind of center of the Okukuya waterhole. Scooting about, yet to see if the others are around. Probably enjoying a little bit of respite after being inundated with zebra for many weeks. It looks like a number of the storks are actually taking that opportunity to kind of get cozier and more acquainted with the water. Perhaps a couple of them drinking. I would think a little bit more kind of cleaning and preening than drinking. So the crow's still going pretty full tilt, but you can hear that mourning dove, and such a lovely little call, that little that's being kind of cooed through on the airwaves. Such a special little call, always nice, something I always do sit and wait for. It's generally also at around this kind of time, midday-ish lunchtime, that we do get to pick up on that call. Sometimes earlier in the morning, and in certain other areas, of course, in the evening. Still waiting on the zebra to make up their minds and see whether they want to come through and down for us. It doesn't look like that is the case. Those that were venturing closer and down towards us have decided against it at the moment. So it looks like we're going to have to sit back and just wait for some of the herbivores to come and join us. And while we do that, let us shoot across to Nick and Kariega and see what's going on there.
Okay, we do indeed have plenty of herbivores here, lots of buffalo. Our big herd. And if you have just managed to join us, we have been following this big herd of buffalo for most of the day here at Kariega. But we've had some lovely viewing from all of our different locations. Cedric's had elephants coming down for a pool party. He's also had a pair of secretary birds coming down for a little bit of a drink at the dam. And Alex has had some Abdom stork as well as some springbok. I think it's also important to note there's not a single Abdom stork, it is plenty of them. But it has been really enjoyable spending time with this herd of buffalo here at Kariega today. Kind of following them around doing their thing. So we are here down at the Scotia Dam clearings, kind of on the far eastern side of the clearings themselves. And the buffalo have just kind of settled down in this area here. There was a little bit of grief amongst some of the members of the herd, kind of chasing each other, and it's caused everybody to stand up, but I'm sure soon enough we should start to see everybody settling back down again. Herself down. There's a big bull approaching her from behind there. Yeah, and I think one of my highlights for me here today has actually been seeing those oxpeckers. Remember, we did see those 3 oxpecker. Hey, I've got a surprise for you guys here. How many of you have been aware of your surroundings, who have had 360-degree awareness? Alright, look at this. Watch this. I'm going to show you guys a magic trick. Wow! That is unreal. Look at that. That is too good. Look at that silhouette. That is like the most perfect silhouette of giraffe that you will ever find. Let's get even closer. That is incredible. Yeah. So this is the second time I've seen giraffe up there. The first time I tried to get the shot live for you and I'd lined it up like this, and literally the minute we went live they walked down from the crest of the hill. But that is pretty much like the most perfect silhouette that we could ask for. And they've read the script. I mean, it's like the tallest one on the left hand side there and the slightly shorter one on the right hand side. That is too good. We do have another one kind of cruising to the side here as well. Yeah. I can't tell you guys how much, or at least how long I've been waiting to try and bring this shot to you. Look how gracefully it walks as well. Both legs on the same side of the body moving at the same time. Wow, it doesn't get much better than that. We've just hit the jackpot, everyone. I was literally just about to say what my favorite thing of the day was, and it's now changed pretty swiftly to this. You know, first of all, you think of how tall a giraffe is. It's not easy to, you know, to move through so many thick, dense areas to get to where they are like that. You know, so it's no easy feat trying to get up there. Look at that, standing tall. And I mean, photographically, in terms of a silhouette of giraffe, it's not going to get much better than that, you know. It's not like there's trees and shrubs and things like that in the foreground. That is too good. Maybe a sunset color, you know, in the sky in the background might kind of add to it, but I'm just going to sit here and enjoy this. Don't know if you can hear the Knysna Taraka calling in the distance there. It's celebrating with me that we finally managed to get these giraffe up here. It's all coming together here at Kariega. I mean, I feel like we've had a stellar day already, but this has really just put the cherry on top of the cake. I mean, how often do you get to see a giraffe right at the top of a ridgeline like this? Look at that one scanning back. I mean, obviously earlier on we were zoomed out just to kind of give you a perspective of how tall that hill is. So there is these two that we can obviously see. There was the third one that we saw walking earlier, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are one or two more giraffe kind of scattered around here. There we go, there's a fourth one that looks like it's just joined the other one on the left. Let me see if I can move to the side here for you. There's one more. Okay, so he's going to walk to the other two that are on the left hand side. So unless your maths is substantially better than mine and your spotting, I can only see 5 at the moment. So there's the two we've just had a look at. There's this one here. And then these two here. That, making sure of its footing as it makes its way down the slope. stopping to do a little bit of feeding. Okay, so just to give you a kind of idea, perspective of exactly where these giraffe are. If you were with us yesterday during our escape to nature, when we managed to get that herd of buffalo in a beautiful big open area, it was on the other side of this ridge that we're looking at these giraffes, so south of these giraffe, which is behind them. Just to try and orientate you with exactly where these giraffe are. What a spectacular view. For us, and I guess for the giraffe as well, you know, being right up there, it must be incredible. Trish, 100%. We'll throw out a sneaky boom shakalaka. I think it deserves it. This is right up the top drawer, the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop. Boom shakalaka material. And you know what, I mentioned to you I've really been hoping to see a giraffe up here. Just one would have been fine, but I mean, we'll take 5. And since the start of the year, I've been wanting to see this. I tell you what, that's a relatively short period of time. When I worked up in the Sabi Sands, I worked at one of the lodges there for 3.5 years. And there was this one tree that had like this perfect 45-degree branch coming out to the side. It was a marula tree. The angle of where it came out was perfect in terms of the sun rising in the east from, you know, early morning sunlight falling on the tree. And that is the spot of where I wanted to see a leopard lying on the branch. So for 3.5 years while I worked there, myself and my tracker, we'd look at that branch and we'd say one day it would come. And we'd drive past. Every time we didn't see it, we would say to each other, the time will come. I left that area, and 2 months after I left there, maybe it was even a month and a half afterwards, my previous tracker, gave me a call. He said, listen, I've just seen our leopard on that branch we waited for 3.5 years. So I'll tell you what, to wait here for 2.5 months, it's a pretty short time period to be able to get something that I've really been hoping to see. Be catching such a nice breeze up there as well. The wind has definitely started to pick up quite a lot down here on the clearings. But what an incredible view. I'm so happy that we could bring that to you. I think for now, let's take you back to Alex in Okukuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And the zebra are slowly starting to play ball with us once again. Good numbers of them approaching from a number of directions. A couple of different game parts that are used and utilized. Varying different species coming down. So it's always quite cool to see that. But just wanted to come out and have a look to see the dispersal of these Adams stalks. Some of the cloud cover. A bit more of the landscape. Quite a cool little thing here with a big camel thorn. Nice to listen to our morning dove. But time for us to try and see if we can't get a closer look at the zebra. Looks like the wind is not as crazy as it was a few moments ago. So we'll just have to wait and see. But kind of 2 pipelines of zebra coming down to join us. And quite fascinating watching as they kind of converge. So perhaps a little bit of zebra politicking to be enjoyed. We'll just have to wait and see. A cool little scene is kind of unfolding at the moment. We still have those springbok around. The European bee-eaters have treated us the entire day. And it looks like it's the turn of the zebra to treat us. So really the numbers building and building. And we can't complain about that. You'll also be able to see the different pockets of zebra really out kind of that Mopani tree line over there. So quite cool being able to see how many of them really are in area and how many of them are making their way down. And there we go. We actually have a warthog, which is actually the second warthog I've ever seen here. Unfortunately, I can't get closer, but there you go. Just to the left-hand side of these drinking zebra, there's quite a big warthog boar, it seemed. Really quite special. Lovely to see. Awesome to see our second one here. There you go. There's a little pig. Really quite cool. As I said, unfortunately can't get you a closer look, but definitely an awesome little warthog. It seems warthogs were on the dance card for the day. And we've seen them across all the different locations, except in Djuma, but we have seen them, of course, in Kariega and Madikwe. So fantastic to get to see that. Nice to be able to see one up here. Not something we do get every day, so cool to be able to notice different things. So this crow's still going full tilt. That warthog just behind some of the zebra here at the moment. Looks like the majority of the zebra are going to slowly start moving off. There's still a number of zebra though, just kind of in between this first little clump of trees and a big Mopani tree line off in the distance there. So we'll wait to see if they come through and join us. As I said earlier, there are a number of separate game paths that do lead down to the waterhole. And they are utilized by everyone that does come down and have a drink. It looks like the warthog being pushed away by that one zebra there. And quite cool to note that both are hindgut fermenters. And both rather reliant on water. So Cape Crows, that mourning dove and the zebra moving off, but the warthog is hanging about. It's nice to be able to pick up on that, spend some time with the warthog, perhaps even taking the opportunity to get in the water. It seems that that is the case right now. Of course, there are also wallowers. And I think this one definitely doing that. So very cool, lovely to be able to sit back and enjoy this warthog here, something different. Of course, if you have just joined us, Wild Earth is excited to announce that Wild Earth Kids will now be being brought back. And there's a school drives for the first hour of the Sunset Safari every Wednesday. And those start on the 29th of March. So next week, Wednesday, in a week. If you are a teacher and you would like to register your school for these drives, please do head over to the wildearth.tv/kids and fill in that form. Please note that we do have limited spaces available per drive, so do make sure to register in advance in order not to miss out. Let me just come back out a little bit. The wind is slowly picking up and it is making a little bit of a shake, unfortunately. Can still see the warthog, and we can get a gauge on the number of zebra that are still around. It looks like it's kind of one of those moments where we just have to wait for them to spool up again and come through. It's not a real complaint anyway. Interesting to see if the warthog gets back in the water though. So enjoying our little warthog at the moment. As I said, I do think it's a boar. It does seem to have a rather large body size on it, so that is why I'm leaning towards that. Of course, I can't get in closer to give you a proper ID and see if the wart's on its face. Of course, those distinguishable extra warts that the boars do have. But it does seem that that is the case. So clearly without a sounder at the moment. But very, very cool. So it seems like the zebra kind of a bit standoffish. The warthog, though, holding his ground. At least the assumed boar warthog is holding his ground. Bit of the cloud cover slowly kind of being pushed off, I think, by the wind, but also burnt off. And the stalk's rather stationary. And in saying that, I think it's time for us to head across and see what is going on in Djuma and see who else may have come through to join us. So as you can see, a very different character, one we haven't seen yet today. This lovely sub-adult, not yet mature bull Inyala. Just be able to see. Just look at it. Horns coming through, coat starting to develop, nice little stockings, getting that really kind of dark, bushy, bearded coat going. Of course, a very thick tail that they do use. We'll lift it up when running through the bush, and it is white underneath it. Kind of does act as a marker for any of the other Inyala that may be around or present. Perhaps anything else that may be utilizing the extra pair of eyes. I haven't seen one for some time, so really quite awesome. Just sit back, enjoy this. Red-faced testicular as well calling. I think that will actually joke some water thickney. Hi Marie, yes, really, what a lovely way to spend a Wednesday. It is rather fantastic. I've heard lots of different things, seen lots of awesome things as well. And this Inyala is treating us. That was a water thickney that was calling there. For those of you that did hear it, lovely to hear. Quite an iconic call as well. Mostly hear it in the evenings, or at night even. Of course, quite a fair amount of water in that around, so him feeling the need to be a bit vocal, but nice to just sit back, enjoy this Inyala. Something different for the moment. Nice to add to the mammal count of the day. So this Inyala bull, rather relaxed. Of course, in the open at the moment. Probably rather hot, I would think. Looked like he had also crossed over through the drainage line too. A little bit wet. Damp from perhaps doing that. But definitely enjoying his time in the sun or limelight. There's actually a second little female on the other side here. She clearly was in the bush when we did come past the first time. So nice to see her, and you can see that dimorphism that does occur between the bulls and the ewes. Of course, this young bull, nowhere near as dark as he will get. Of course, it's contrasting then. So that dimorphism being really the contrast between males and females. Not only referring to the color, but also size. A number of other things. Things such as horns. And of course, that kind of long mane that they do have as well. So these two definitely getting a bit closer. Of course, hugging the vegetation there, utilizing the shade. Black crowned chagra as well. Make some nice audio for us. Really quite special being able to sit here. Different antelope for us at the moment. Of course, it was quite cool picking up that warthog across an Okakuyo just now. Rather uncommon, at least for us from the dam cam. So nice to be able to pick up that. But it really has been a fantastic escape to nature today. Lots going on, as always, and nice to be able to immerse ourselves in the natural world. Of course, also be treated to the wonderful sights, sounds, and of course areas that we have come to you from. Sadly, it is that time of the day, though. We do have to say cheerio, but also thank you for tuning in. Of course, thanks to those across in FC, and to Cedric and Nick also being out and about. And of course, a huge shout out to the wildlife. It's been a fantastic day with them. As I said, it's time for us to say cheerio. Do join us again tomorrow morning, 8:30, and have a good afternoon after this.